It's up to us to bring the peace in. You know, the children are not going to do it. It starts with the adults.
The juvenile crime crisis pouring into the counties, the latest act of violence that has residents looking to parents to make a difference.
Every time they come to the table, you know, the promises are not kept.
Plus, new efforts to rebuild Baltimore from state and city leaders. Why some are skeptical of the promises, calling it a highway to nowhere.
Chilly temperatures this morning as we head toward the afternoon. We're going to warm back up, and we've got warmer numbers on the way later this week as well. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It's Tuesday, April 25th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He has a look at our forecast. Good morning, Justin.
Yeah, good morning, Meg. 8 months till Christmas.
I saw that. I almost told you that.
Yeah.
You're on it.
Good stuff.
8 months.
I can't believe it was 4 months away. It feels like it was a lot longer ago than that.
I agree.
But our temperatures are chilly this morning. We're starting off in the 30s, but most of us are actually in the 40s right now. Looking out over downtown Baltimore, 43 your temp in Cockeysville, 41 in Towson, 43 in Baltimore City, and 41 in Essex and Middle River. We do have freeze warnings still through 8 o'clock this morning for Frederick and Carroll County. Also, frost advisories for northern Baltimore, Harford, and Howard County as well. This goes through 8 o'clock. So our temperatures are still going to drop just a couple more degrees. Overall, staying chilly this morning, but slightly warmer as we head toward the afternoon. And then we're tracking more rain on the way for the upcoming weekend. So on your morning drive, those numbers staying in the upper 30s and lower 40s. Maybe the heaters on this morning, but overall, those numbers will continue to climb as we head toward the middle of the day. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you, Justin. We begin this morning in counties under pressure and another young life lost to gun violence. Police in Baltimore County now identifying 17-year-old Elias Cheslack as the teenager who was shot and killed Sunday night in Overly. He was a 12th grader at Parkville High School. According to police, the teenager was shot in the upper body. He was taken to the hospital where he later died. Residents in the area are on edge.
It's really frightening. It's scary because you don't expect that.
It's hard to hear about. It's just crazy, just the amount of gun violence that is happening. You never know when it's going to stop.
Fox 45 Morning News spoke with the newly confirmed Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough, who acknowledges a surge in violence among juveniles.
We realize, and we've seen over the years, an increase in juvenile crime. What we see is a lot of local neighborhood crews of kids that run together, and they tend to commit crime together. I think the largest portion is to be proactive. We know where crime happens. The key is putting our resources there and being ahead of the problem and being there before it happens.
Residents we spoke with say the blame does not only lie with law enforcement, but parents as well, who should be doing more to prevent the violence from happening in the first place. In the meantime, the suspects in the shooting are still on the loose. Anyone with information is urged to call police. Turning now to a city in crisis. In Baltimore, another young person shot. Police say last night a 19-year-old was shot in West Baltimore right near the Parkview Recreation Center. He is expected to survive. Anyone with information is asked to contact police or Metro Crime Stoppers. The number right there on your screen, 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. Political commentator Armstrong Williams held a Your Voice, Your Future town hall last night with a focus on how to ensure Baltimore City's youth can thrive, a big topic of conversation, the failures within some Baltimore City public schools. Former City Councilman Carl Stokes had strong criticism.
The biggest solution, number one, is education. I agree with the pastor. That changes and determines a person's life. And right now, Baltimore City is destroying kids' lives because they don't educate them. They won't allow them to have an education.
How could that be possible, though?
They don't give a damn about black
the money
kids.
Comes in.
What about the superintendent?
They don't give a damn about black children.
On Thursday, a city council committee will hold a hearing on the Baltimore City public school system. Council members are expected to question school leaders about a recent Project Baltimore report revealing 23 schools where 0 students among those tested are proficient in math. Fox 45 News will have complete coverage of that hearing both on air and online. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, city and state leaders hope federal funding can start to repair communities divided by the so-called Highway to Nowhere in West Baltimore. Construction on that highway began 50 years ago and was aimed at connecting the suburbs and downtown. However, it cost more than 1,000 homes and businesses to be demolished, leaving 1,500 residents to be displaced. The project was ultimately shut down after protests from residents and environmentalists. Government officials now announcing a $2 million grant that will be used to plan the future for the unused space.
What we're here to do today is, when it comes to the highway to nowhere, to begin that process of healing.
A future that we hope will include public parkland and community recreational and environmental spaces, and bike trails, and an outdoor entertainment and leisure activity space for the communities that are still left behind.
In the meantime, residents are planning a strategy meeting this weekend to demand an involvement in deciding what comes next for the community. Continuing coverage now this morning. Summer is on the way, and it is bringing a familiar problem in Baltimore City. We're talking about dirt bikes and street racing. Last year, Mayor Brandon Scott signed a new law banning both of them in the city. Baltimore City Ordinance 22170 is also known as the Obstructing Street Racing or Stunt Driving Law. Councilman Isaac Gitzy Schleifer wrote that bill, and it targets donuts, racing, stunt driving, and non-driver participants. It carries up to a $1,000 fine and up to a year in jail. But some city residents do not believe that it's going to change anything.
This is just another law that's not going to be enforced. There's going to be no prosecutions, no holding anyone accountable.
With Baltimore City Police down almost 500 officers, law enforcement experts that we spoke with say it will be hard for the department to control the chaos.
I'm quite sure the police commissioner in Baltimore is focused on bodies. The main priority is life, and then it's limbs, and then it's dirt bikes.
We reached out to the BPD to find out how many fines have been issued or how many arrests have been made since that law went into effect. We haven't yet heard back. If you see street racing, stunt driving, or dirt bikes in your neighborhood and you can safely take pictures and videos, we'd love to see them. Scan the QR code on your screen. That's going to take you to our website where you can send them to us, or use your FOX45 mobile app. Just click the Explore tab and then chime in. Still ahead on the early edition, some major upgrades coming to local subway stations in Baltimore, how it will help improve travel, and the key dates that you need to be aware of. Plus, a cold start to the morning with some areas seeing frost advisories. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we warm back up. It is 4:37 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Take a look at your Weather Authority forecast here for your Tuesday morning. Temperatures in the 30s in western Maryland. Most of us are still hanging out in the 40s. It's 39 in Westminster, but a lot of those lower 40s are around at this time. And we do have those numbers that are going to be on the chillier side here for the next couple of hours. Definitely grab a jacket as you're making your way out, and those sunglasses, you'll need those today. No need for the umbrella as the rain doesn't move in until we get into tomorrow. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Grab the extra layer. Numbers staying in the 40s on the next couple of hours for you. Back to you.
Justin, thank you. Looking ahead, the Maryland Department of Transportation will be installing a new communication system that will provide a safer and more reliable subway. And for that, they're going to be closing all stations on the Metro subway Friday, May 5th at 6 p.m. and will reopen them Monday, May 8th at 5 in the morning. A bus bridge will operate between all Metro subway stations every 30 minutes during regular
retiring, and the aging population is growing.
Gloria Jones has been waiting to see a doctor since October.
And then I got a call saying that one was canceled. And now I have an appointment in West Hartford in July.
She says she's healthy and does not mind trying to find an appointment, but worries about others who aren't as willing to wait.
I'm sure there are many people that wouldn't even bother, and they would miss follow-up appointments that might be very important for them.
They're serving society, which they're trained to do. Otherwise, you're letting that training go to waste.
Dr. Jeffrey Singer, a senior fellow at the Cato Institute, just released a report laying out the case for medical school graduates who haven't completed a residency program to become assistant physicians and provide primary care services.
When some people suggest, well, they don't have enough training, well, they have actually more training than nurse practitioners do.
Now, states generally require physicians to complete a residency program, but there are more medical school graduates than there are residency spots. Singer thinks those graduates could be the solution for the healthcare shortages being felt across the country. In fact, the Association of American Medical Colleges estimates in 2034, there will be a shortage of 17,800 to 48,000 primary care physicians.
And so those who haven't matched in a residency slot work sort of as apprentices in collaboration with a licensed primary care provider, just like if they were residents.
And it's not just Dr. Singer. Gloria thinks getting APs to help is a great idea for folks like her who are waiting to be seen.
I would have no problem seeing someone in that situation at all.
Now, Dr. Singer says some states, including Missouri, Arkansas, Idaho, Kansas, Louisiana, Utah, and Arizona, already allow APs to give primary care. Another doctor I spoke with says she doesn't want states to get too lenient and allowing this to be a direct path to getting licensed as a general practitioner because there is value in residency training. I'm Janae Bowens for the National Desk.
Well, a case of tuberculosis has been confirmed at Joppatown High School in Harford County. All students, staff, and families were made aware of the case by phone yesterday morning. The Harford County Health Department has begun contact tracing. They are offering free testing and treatment to those who need it. TB is an airborne infection. It's caused by bacteria that affects the lungs. We have information on this case and the symptoms on foxbaltimore.com. It is 4:48 now on this Tuesday morning. We want to check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, and it was cold on the lacrosse fields. You told us this was going to be in the lows.
Yeah, exactly right. A lot of 50s around yesterday. Just barely got to 61 at Baltimore City, Megan. We were seeing temperatures this morning that are definitely chilly. We still have some frost advisories and freeze warnings out there. Numbers right now are still above freezing. Notice the right side of your screen. Most of us are in the 40s at this hour. Officially, our live cam over downtown Baltimore, we're at 43. Little northwest wind, only about 3 to 5 miles an hour. So not really dealing with wind chill at this time. But as we head into the next couple of hours, we still could see those temperatures drop a little bit. All of the areas in purple are those freeze warnings, and the light blue is the frost advisory. So freeze warnings for Carroll and Frederick counties, northern Baltimore and Hartford, as well as northwestern Howard County under those frost advisories today. But you can see all of the colder air that is back on the Ohio River Valley and the Great Lakes region as well. That is what we're seeing here to start your Tuesday. All of this eventually, well, will warm up as we head toward the afternoon. And numbers will be just a little bit warmer than where we were yesterday. Overall, next couple of hours in the lower 40s here in your Rise and Shine cast, with that sun up at 6:16 this morning. And you can see right here in your day planner, staying mainly clear today. 45 by about 8 o'clock this morning. Numbers through noon are going to get to the upper 50s. And as we take you into the afternoon, we're talking about lower 60s for your highs. So still about 7 degrees cooler than where we typically are this time of year. But overall, not a bad spring afternoon with upper 50s and lower 60s across central Maryland. Up and down the 95 corridor, we'll keep those 60s going for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. 58 down the ocean today and 64 in Richmond. Here's what's going on with our future scan. Big ridge of high pressure is going to keep us mainly dry for today. Now, there is a system that's tracking to the north of us tomorrow, and the bottom edge of that is going to drag through some showers, possibly picking up into that 2-3 o'clock hour on Wednesday afternoon. So that's going to be our first weather maker. But again, not a lot of rain Wednesday. We're drier on Thursday. And then the next weather maker after that is going to bring much more rain by the time we head into Friday morning and throughout Friday afternoon. And yes, unfortunately, right in the middle of our weekend, we get a little bit of the unsettled weather and those rain showers that'll be with it. So temperatures in the upper 60s Wednesday and Thursday, a little bit cooler on Friday. And then you can see those numbers into the 60s, even possibly lower 70s on Sunday with showers and some thunderstorms as well.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here, we have your live cameras pulled up and pretty quiet out there right now. Very light volume with no major issues to report. Let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us on the phone. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, we've got Penn Train 505 and Penn Train 403, both operating with 5-minute delays for the start. The other trains of BART are on time for travel. Out there on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way, on time service in both directions. And Metro Subway Link starting off on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Children in Washington state will soon be able to receive gender-affirming care without their parents' permission. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
Plus, residents in Baltimore County on edge this morning as a 17-year-old becomes the latest victim of gun violence. We press county leaders on efforts to protect minors. It is 4:51 on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, parents in Washington state could lose some rights when it comes to making medical decisions for children who are seeking transgender treatments. We have national correspondent Kayla Gaskins reporting from Washington.
Children in Washington state will soon not need their parents' permission to switch genders.
It really is an assault on parental rights. It's an assault on children.
The governor indicating he will sign the legislation into law, allowing kids to run away from home and seek gender-affirming care with no legal obligation for adults to contact their parents.
Instead of getting to the root cause and partnering with parents to get them real treatment, the state is stepping in and medically kidnapping children from their parents. They're promoting family separation is what it is.
Republican State Representative Jim Walsh firmly against the measure.
I don't think parents who are loving, supportive parents who may be having an argument with their teenage child should be cut out of that child's life. I think that's very, very dangerous ground.
In Utah, State Senator Mike Kennedy's home was vandalized after he sponsored a bill banning gender-affirming surgery and puberty blockers for minors. Equality Utah, one of the state's biggest LGBTQ+ advocacy groups, putting out a statement condemning the vandalism, writing, quote, "These heinous acts do not help LGBTQ Utahns." Utah, one of at least 11 states to pass laws barring minors from receiving gender-affirming care.
The title itself is very misleading. You know, these patients are not being given true informed consent, and this is actually destructive care. The reason that there's so much pushback is we are seeing lives destroyed.
Last week, Minnesota lawmakers passing a bill establishing the state as a trans refuge for kids denied gender care elsewhere.
More are fleeing their home states, asking where they should turn. The organized political movement that has targeted my community is at work in every state that touches ours.
More than a dozen other states are currently considering implementing their own bans or restrictions on gender-affirming care for minors. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Thank you, Kayla. And that brings us to our national question of the day. Do you think minors should be required to have parental consent for gender change procedures? You can scan the QR code right there on your screen to weigh in. Bud Light sales have taken a dive since the brand partnered with transgender activist Dylan Mulvaney. Data from Nielsen IQ and Bump Williams Consulting shows a 17% drop in dollars. It also shows a 21% drop in volume. Both numbers are for the week ending on April 15th. Anheuser-Busch's market cap has fallen since the partnership altogether. This data also comes as Bud Light's vice president of marketing takes the leave of absence amid that backlash. Developing now this morning, a 2024 rematch between President Joe Biden and former President Trump is a distinct possibility. The President, Biden, he is expected to formally announce his re-election campaign today. Both men face their challenges seeking a second term in the White House. 49% of voters who went for Biden in 2020 say they'd back him again. That's according to a new poll from Suffolk University and USA Today. But 39% say that they wouldn't. 63% of those who voted for Trump in 2020 want him to run again, but 1/3 are less excited about his candidacy. Of those who want a new Republican candidate, 60% favor Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Florida Governor DeSantis isn't throwing his hat in the ring for presidency yet, though. When asked about his thoughts on polling showing former President Trump potentially leading in 2024, he kept his cards close to the vest.
I'm not a candidate, so we'll see if and when that changes.
Well, the Florida governor made the comment while on his way to Tokyo yesterday to meet with the Japanese prime minister for talks on trade and Japan's alliance with the U.S. Japan is the first stop on DeSantis' 4-country tour focused on trade. He will also visit South Korea, Israel, and the U.K.
A Baltimore County teen killed at a popular shopping center. Just ahead, we'll have the very latest in this investigation.
A new report finds inadequate services being provided for kids facing criminal charges. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the biggest concerns in the report.
Temps just a little bit colder this morning, but as we head toward the afternoon, we'll see some warmer numbers. We'll talk about it right here on the Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, April 25th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning, and we need to get a check of our forecast.
Let's do it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us here.
Yes, good morning, ladies. How are you? Yeah, a little bit. I was like, oh, looking it down, I said, should have had a red-er tie, but it's okay.
That does. It compliments.
That's good. Thank you. And good morning to you. You both look very nice.
Thank you.
Compliments are all around. Our Towson camera. Good morning to you. We are looking outside with temperatures that are chilly right now, and those numbers not into the freezing category. In fact, a lot of us are still in the 30s and 40s, upper 30s at that. We're at 39 in Columbia, 41 Westminster, 43 Cockeysville, 41 your temp in Baltimore City at this time. So we do have a freeze warning still for Frederick and Carroll counties, and then frost advisories for northern Baltimore County, northern Hartford, and Howard counties as well. Those go until 8 o'clock this morning. So hopefully you have the sensitive vegetation covered up. After our chilly morning, slightly warmer for the afternoon, and we are tracking some rain as we head into the weekend. So grab a cup of joe, enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us. Numbers staying in the 40s for the next few hours. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the roadways now in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And at this early hour, not a lot of folks up and out. Everybody moving along without any issues. Fox 45 News is following three big stories for you at 5 o'clock.
The juvenile crime crisis pouring into the counties, the latest act of violence that has residents looking to parents to make a difference.
As the juvenile crime crisis continues, many are also looking to the Department of Juvenile Services for solutions, while some argue few services are actually being offered.
Plus, all eyes on the White House as President Biden is expected to officially announce his 2024 re-election campaign. What a recent poll is saying about his odds.
We have live team coverage of our top stories this morning, starting with Shannon Lilly and counties under pressure.
It's really frightening. It's scary because you don't expect that.
It's hard to hear about. It's just crazy, the amount of gun violence that is happening. You never know when it's going to stop.
Well, another young life lost to gun violence, this time in Baltimore County. Police are now identifying the 17-year-old as Elias Cheslek. He was a 12th grader at Parkville High School. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the latest on this young life cut short. Shannon.
Well, Patrice, police tell us that any suspects in this shooting right now are still at large this morning. A motive for why this happened still unknown. But this marks just the latest young life lost as both the city and the county see an uptick in that juvenile crime. And that's something that newly confirmed Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough even acknowledged on Fox 45 Morning News. Take a listen.
We realize, and we've seen over the years, an increase in juvenile crime. What we see is a lot of local neighborhood crews of kids that run together, and they tend to commit crime together.
Well, this most recent youth shooting death, though, happening Sunday night when the back alley of this popular overlay shopping center turned into a crime scene. 17-year-old Elias Cheslek was killed. Police were called to the intersection of Bel Air Road and Roseville Boulevard around 9:45 p.m. for reports of this shooting. And when they got here, they found Cheslek shot once in the upper body. They rushed him to the hospital where he died. And now people in this area are certainly on edge.
It's just crazy, the amount of gun violence that is happening. You never know when it's going to stop.
Now, as you guys said, Cheslek was a 12th grader at Parkville High School, and we know that the school is providing counseling and mental support for both students and staff this week. In the meantime, if you have any information about this shooting, you are urged to call police. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
Thank you, Shannon. In Baltimore City, Mayor Brandon Scott says the city will take two major steps to curb juvenile crime, enforcing the youth curfew and what he's calling a comprehensive summer youth engagement strategy. And that includes extended summer hours at rec centers and a violence intervention partnership with area hospitals. The group We, Our, Us is slated to get funding to work in rec centers this summer. And that group believes that accountability is a missing piece when it comes to the juvenile justice.
We know there's a breakdown somewhere from the young person's release from the detention center to their home. So we want to fill those gaps, and that's a proposal that we presented. We want to be able to get in, provide services, be able to get in and provide programming. But at the same time, when the young people are released, we want them to remain accountable to what's in place.
The Department of Juvenile Services is where juvenile offenders by law are supposed to be held accountable and get the services they need.
A new report from the Attorney General's office shows few services are being offered.
Olivia Dance continues our team coverage this morning with a look at the major concerns. Olivia.
The Attorney General's report found problems throughout many DJS facilities, including right here at the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center. Now, the 100-page report highlights problems such as increasing daily populations, lack of educational opportunities, substandard safety staffing plans, inadequate programming, and more. Now, the report specifically says the Juvenile Justice Center here in Baltimore City, quote, continues to operate like a prison-like environment, and staff are ill-equipped to provide the level of care needed to keep youth stable. And that persistent boredom is found to be a serious concern. A report found that at almost every single DJS facility, there is a lack of educational opportunities, all while the juvenile violent crime trend continues to rise. Now, Jeremy Eldridge, a former prosecutor turned defense attorney, says that's part of the boredom problem.
Whether you're talking about juveniles gathering at the harbor or you're talking about juvenile boredom leading to assaults at a detention center, what you're talking about is the same. It's the same issue. And the issue is that we as adults are not providing programming. We're not providing rec centers. We're not keeping these kids busy in a way that keeps them out of trouble. And that is our responsibility along with their parents.
Now, Vincent Schiraldi, the new DJS secretary, says that the agency is very troubled by the findings, that they are committed to providing the best juvenile facilities in the country. Back to you.
Olivia, are lawmakers responding to this report? And if so, what is it that they're saying?
Yeah, Patrice, some are. In fact, Delegate Clippinger is calling for a top-to-bottom review of DJS. Take a listen to what he said.
I believe that the secretary will get into the guts of rebuilding this agency. That doesn't need legislation. That needs leadership.
In the meantime, lawmakers are calling for more services to be provided within DJS, but the agency is already struggling to meet requirements. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
We want to hear from you. Do you have confidence in city leaders to get crime under control this summer? So far, 97% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. 5:07 now. We are looking ahead to the 2024 election season.
Taylor Stewart in our live center now with the big announcement set to come from President Joe Biden today. Taylor.
Look, guys, it's all eyes in the White House this morning as President Biden is expected to formally announce his bid for re-election today. Now, this video announcement comes on the 4-year anniversary of his first presidential campaign launch. He then promised to heal the soul of the nation. Well, now he's asking voters to give him more time to finish the job. Critics have raised concerns over the president's age. Biden is the oldest president to serve and would be 86 by the end of his second term if he wins re-election, something that is top of mind for even Democrats. Now, a recent poll from Suffolk University and USA Today shows 49% of voters who voted for Joe Biden in 2020 want him to run again in 2024. But check this out, 39% do not. 63% of voters want current Republican frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, to run again in 2024. Now, according to two sources briefed on the matter, Biden will name Quentin Fox as his deputy campaign manager. Fox ran Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock's successful 22 campaign and will reportedly serve as the top deputy for Julie Chavez Rodriguez, who CNN has reported will be named the campaign manager. We'll keep you updated here. A lot to report as we continue to follow this, but that's the latest here at the Live Center.
Every time they come to the table, you know, the promises are not kept.
New efforts to rebuild Baltimore from state and city leaders. Why some say they are skeptical of those promises when it comes to the so-called highway to nowhere.
Plus, a recall alert you need to be aware of, the potential risk of salmonella in one key ingredient.
Our temperatures are in the 40s. It's definitely chilly this morning. Not near that freezing mark quite yet, but we've got a few hours left to go. We'll take a look at that and our warmer numbers for the afternoon. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. .512 is your time right now. We're still waking up with some frost advisories and some freeze warnings out there, but our temperatures overall are mainly in the upper 30s and lower 40s. A little colder in western Maryland, 31 in Cumberland, 30 in Pittsburgh this hour, but 41 in Baltimore and Salisbury at this time. So next 12 hours, numbers steadily climbing to the mid to upper 50s through the middle part of the day, or the morning, I should say. And then as we head toward the afternoon, we'll see those temps back into the lower 60s. So a little warmer than where we ended up yesterday. All in all, not a bad spring afternoon. We will have some warmer numbers tomorrow, but we'll also track that potential for rain as well. All of that coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Still ahead this morning, Governor Wes Moore resumes signing bills into law. A look at the latest legislation and words from critics.
But first, a warning for iPhone users, what you need to be aware of when you're in public areas. 5:13, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Here is a look at the events happening today around Maryland.
The B&O Railroad Museum is partnering with Paul's Place to bring a workforce development program to the museum. Starting today, the Groundwork Kitchen at the B&O will be open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. It will offer healthy menu items for children and adults.
Notre Dame of Maryland University and Mount St. Mary's University are announcing a partnership to address the critical nursing shortage in Maryland and nationwide by making it easier for students from Mount St. Mary's to enroll in NDMU's fast-tracked nursing program.
And the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health will be hosting its annual World Malaria Day Symposium. 13 experts from leading global research institutes will present their latest research in blood stage malaria, which is the most devastating phase of the infection.
Topping your consumer news, a new threat to Apple users. The experts say thieves are exploiting recovery keys to lock you out of your account. For it to work, though, thieves have to know your passcode and have physical access to your phone.
A lot of the times it's in crowded areas where the thieves are, looking for people that are easy marks, easy targets, and they will watch them pull out their phones and watch them enter in their passcodes. They can just generate a new recovery key, basically take over all of your information, your data, any of your apps.
In a statement, Apple says it is always working on additional protections against new threats. And in the meantime, you can use Apple's screen time setting to set up a secondary password as a second layer of protection for your phone. And be sure to guard your passcode when you enter it in public.
Bed Bath & Beyond has started its liquidation after it filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy over the weekend. Demand dropped off in recent years as it competed with new online home goods companies. We spoke with local economist Darius Irani about the closure on Fox 45 News, and he says it's all part of the natural cycle for retailers.
The retail landscape is always in a state of flux. If you recall back even to your childhood, think about the stores that were once there are no longer there. But again, it's sort of this creative destruction where old retail kind of goes away and new retail comes to take its place.
The company closed 3 Maryland stores earlier this year. Bed Bath & Beyond will stop accepting coupons as soon as this week. I guess I can clear out my glove box. Customers will have until late May to return or exchange items they bought before April 26th. That is when final closing sales will start.
Ground cumin is being recalled over potential salmonella contamination. The spice was sold in a generic tub, which is labeled distributed by Lipari Foods. Consumers are advised to throw away or return the cumin if purchased. So far, no illnesses related to it have been reported, but Florida's Agricultural Services did detect the salmonella in the spice during a test. The cumin is being recalled in 16 states. Maryland, however, is not on that list.
Well, it's 5:19 now. We need to get another check of the forecast, see if things are going to be any warmer than they were yesterday. It wasn't bad yesterday, but it was brisk. It was brisk.
The lacrosse field at 6:30 last night was brutal. Brutal.
I take it back then. It was more than.
And windy. There was some wind still pushing through last night, and that certainly
makes it feel colder. Absolutely. Less wind today, couple of degrees warmer, so it'll feel nicer this afternoon. And then we've got a warmer day ahead for tomorrow and into Thursday, although we do have some rain that is around the corner. We'll be talking about here in the next couple of hours as we are live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. Our live cam in Towson right now looking out over the traffic circle. Everything looking good, and your temperature officially at 41 in Towson. Notice the numbers on the right side of your screen. Most of us are in the upper 30s and lower 40s, so not near that freezing mark, even though we do have frost advisories posted for northwestern Baltimore County and Harford County, as well as Howard County. And then those freeze warnings continue for areas to the west, including Carroll County, and all of this area there in purple under those freeze warnings for the Ohio River Valley with that nice ridge of high pressure. But really not tracking any rain or snow, at least in the near area or near to us at this time. All right, as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, temperatures here in the 40s this morning, even some of you in the 30s. So, yeah, definitely make sure they are bundled up and ready to go. Upper 50s through about lunchtime, and we'll be into those lower 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So overall, a mild afternoon. Maybe some frost delays this morning, golfers, for you in the upper 40s by 9 a.m., but we're going to be quickly warming up to the upper 50s through midday and lower 60s with less wind for this afternoon. Let's check some of the high temperatures. Westminster and Eldersburg still in the upper 50s across the area to the Hereford zone in northern Baltimore County. Right about 60 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley with lower 60s for Perry Hall and White Marsh down through Dundalk for the afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're going to see those low to mid 60s as well. All in all, plenty of sunshine for us for today. Even the Eastern Shore getting in on some of those lower 60s for Chestertown and Centerville all the way down through Easton there in Talbot County. So we are talking about your car wash, Cass. Notice I do have a yellow light on Wednesday. That is because we are tracking a few showers tomorrow. Not a lot of rain on Wednesday, but enough that's going to mess up your car wash if you get it cleaned up. Thursday's fine, but then there's more rain on the way for Friday. So you may want to just hold off until next week because we do have an unsettled weekend ahead. Now, numbers stay in the 60s here pretty much through most of the rest of the week. A cooler day on Friday with that rain that'll be with us. Saturday, we have a bit of a dry spell, but then Sunday, more showers and even some thunderstorms by Sunday afternoon. Patrice?
All right, let's see what's happening on the roads as we take a look at the Towson camera. People starting to get up and out, but they're moving along just fine. So if you've got to get up and get your day started, perfect time to be on the roads. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got a couple of delays. Penn train 505 and Camden train 841, both running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel. Light rail link showing no delays or difficulties. Looking good for the commute stretch there. And out there on Metro subway link, you'll find on-time service in both directions. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
This morning, Mayor Scott will provide an update on Baltimore's violence intervention. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the concerns with the current strategy.
Tire marks in city intersections from street racing despite a law against it. Just ahead, why one law enforcement expert says that law may be hard to enforce. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Making headlines this morning, Governor Wes Moore signs another round of bills.
The legislation he signed covered several of his key promises on the campaign trail, including his new Department of Service and Civic Innovation aimed at improving volunteerism in the state, as well as the upcoming budget for 2024. The governor says policies like the SERVE Act are critical in attacking economic and social divides statewide.
By calling Marylanders to serve together, we will address the challenges in our communities and address them collectively, head on. And by calling on Marylanders to serve, we will strengthen civic bonds, restore a spirit of community, and call on our fellow citizens to get to know each other again.
Well, some Republicans are taking issue with one of the governor's policies, House Bill 535, an election bill. The House Republican caucus says the voting law could undermine election integrity. The bill is designed to expand absentee voting services and improve voting access in general. In their protest, House Republicans specifically took issue with the policy where the state will reach out to voters via text to verify they cast a ballot whenever a vote is questioned or rejected. Their main concern is that there is seemingly no way to guarantee the person who responds to the text is actually the person who cast the ballot.
In the statement, Delegate Mike Griffith from Cecil and Harford counties says ballot access is important and we should be making sure every eligible Marylander has the opportunity to vote. The security of our voting process is just as important. Picking one over the other is a false choice.
Still ahead on the early edition, we are waking up with some chilly temperatures out there right now. Our Weather Authority team letting us know when we warm back up.
Plus, major reports dropping today, giving us a look at the state of the economy. We're going to take a look at the projected numbers right here from the Live Center. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see if we're going to warm up.
Yeah, actually today a little bit nicer with a little less wind. We had plenty of sunshine yesterday, and we will have those temperatures that will creep up just a few more degrees for the afternoon. Right now we're seeing a lot of 20s and 30s in western Maryland, 38 in Hagerstown, 34 in Frederick, lower 40s for Westminster and Baltimore, over to Bel Air at 40 degrees right now, and you're at 38 in Laurel. So over the next couple of hours, those temperatures hovering in the upper 30s and lower 40s. But Mr. Bo says we are good to go on your morning drive. Maybe the bun warmer's on if you need him today. We'll top out at 63 this afternoon. We're closer to 70 tomorrow in the mid to upper 60s, but it does come with a few rain showers tomorrow afternoon. And then Thursday actually looks like a very nice afternoon coming up later this week. We'll break that down a bit further and also talk more about the rain that's on the way for the weekend. That's coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got our live cameras pulled up here. A little bit of volume picking up. It's still smooth sailing out there. No issues to report. In a city in crisis for over a year, Fox 45 News has been investigating Baltimore's Safe Streets program, looking into how the city operates the program that Mayor Brandon Scott has said is the city's flagship gun violence prevention program.
This morning, the mayor will be making an announcement about the program.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with what we can expect from that meeting. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, according to the information released to the media at 10:15 this morning, Mayor Scott will provide a one-year update on Baltimore's community violence intervention. Now, a major part of that strategy is Safe Streets, which has faced concerns about transparency. If you remember, just 2 months ago, Mayor Scott announced a public safety dashboard allowing residents to track crime and hold agencies like Safe Streets accountable.
This data is coming from the police department. The police department, our Safe Streets workers, everyone that is working that you see here uses data each and every day to determine where we're going to be focused and how we're going to be operating. What we're talking about today is how we're sharing that data with the public, especially for those who cry for transparency.
Well, the dashboard does touch on the city's community violence intervention program. When it comes to Safe Streets, it only shows a map of their locations. Fox 45 News has been investigating Safe Streets' effectiveness for over a year. And at this morning's meeting, the mayor will be joined by the executive director of the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, the Baltimore City Public Schools CEO, and more. Mayor Scott is expected to announce his strategy to expand Baltimore's community violence intervention ecosystem, but it comes as crime continues to be a major concern in the city. And of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring this morning's meeting to see what the mayor's plan is and if more transparency will be provided about the effectiveness of Safe Streets. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. We know as the weather heats up, so do those familiar sounds of dirt bikes and street racing. Last year, a new law was signed by the mayor banning both in the city.
Shannon Lilly joins us live in Harbor East with what is in the law and why police say it might be hard to enforce. Shannon?
Yeah, despite it being a nuisance, Patrice and Megan, we know that a law enforcement expert is saying that stopping these dirt bikers and street racers likely will not be police's top priority. Meanwhile, we continue to see those tire marks in the middle of intersections just like this one. Just more evidence of a problem that likely won't go away anytime soon.
Baby.
There's that familiar sound from South Central Street in Harbor East to Pratt Street. In October, the mayor signed the law which targets dirt bike riders and street racers, and it carries up to a $1,000 fine and up to 12 months in jail. But law enforcement analyst and former NYPD Inspector Corey Pegas says with the shortage of police by nearly 500 officers here in our city, dirt bikes and drag racing will take a backseat to Baltimore's gun violence.
Quite sure the police commissioner in Baltimore is focused on bodies. The main priority is life, and then it's limbs, and then it's dirt bikes.
However, Councilman Yitzi Schleifer did write the law, Megan and Patrice, and we know that he is planning to meet with BPD this week to go over plans for enforcement. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Well, Shannon, is Baltimore police or the mayor saying anything about this?
We reached out to them, Megan. Both police and the mayor. We asked them about their plans for enforcement. We also asked police about how many citations or arrests they've made since this law went into effect back in October, and we have not heard back from either agency. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. And if you see street racing, stunt driving, or dirt bikes in your neighborhood, and you can safely take pictures and videos, we want to see them. You can scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to our website where you can send them to us or use your Fox 45 mobile app. Just click on the Explore tab and then chime in.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, city and state leaders hope federal funding can start to repair communities divided by the so-called highway to nowhere in West Baltimore. Construction on the highway began 50 years ago and was aimed at connecting the suburbs and downtown. However, it cost more than 1,000 homes and businesses to be demolished, leaving 1,500 residents displaced. The project was ultimately shut down after protests from residents and environmentalists. Government officials now announcing a $2 million grant that will be used to plan the future of that unused space.
What we're here to do today is, when it comes to the highway to nowhere, to begin that process of healing.
A future that we hope will include public parkland and community recreational and environmental spaces, and bike trails, and an outdoor entertainment and leisure activity space for the communities that are still left behind.
In the meantime, residents are planning a strategy meeting this weekend to demand involvement in deciding what comes next for the community.
Well, we are tracking the latest economic reports, shedding some light on what may lie ahead in the U.S. economy.
Taylor Stewart is in the live center now with numbers that we could see today. Taylor?
That's right, a live look from Washington, D.C., where we're keeping an eye out for two major economic indicators today. They're dropping at 10 o'clock this morning. So first up, we've got new home sales for the month of March. This is going to give us a snapshot of housing demand and the impact of heightened mortgage interest rates. Industry experts predict sales slumped slightly by about 10,000 fewer buyers compared to the previous month. Also, April's Consumer Confidence Index. This is a key indicator of the overall health of the economy. The index is expected to hold steady at 104. But this morning, we're also seeing layoffs at Disney. The company started notifying employees for its second round of layoffs earlier this year. It includes workers with ESPN who were spared the first time those cuts were made. But so far, Disney has made 4,000 cuts in 2023, just over half of the 7,000 layoffs CEO Bob Iger announced back in February. That's the latest from the Live Center.
It's up to us to bring the peace in. You know, the children are not going to do it. It starts with the adults.
The juvenile crime crisis pouring into the counties, the latest act of violence that has residents looking to parents to make a difference.
Plus, tuberculosis is found in Harford County. What you need to know about the disease to keep you and your family safe.
And we are waking up with some colder temperatures this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we warm back up. It is 5:38 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 5:41 is your time right now. Looking out from our live cam over downtown Baltimore. Beautiful shot here this morning. And overall, it's a little bit chilly right now, but it will be a bit warmer as we head toward the afternoon. Those numbers are going to be coming up and not as much wind as we had yesterday. So out for your morning drive, numbers staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours, even to the lower 50s by the time we get to the end of that morning commute. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
541, a health alert this morning. A case of tuberculosis has been confirmed at Joppatown High School in Harford County.
That's right. All students, staff, and families, they were made aware of the case by phone yesterday morning. The Harford County Health Department has begun contact tracing. They are offering free testing and treatment to those who need it. TB is an airborne infection. It's caused by bacteria that affects the lungs. We have information on this case and the symptoms on foxbaltimore.com.
Some major upgrades coming to local subway stations in Baltimore, how it will help improve travel, and the key dates you need to be aware of.
Plus, calls to end COVID policies in schools across the nation. Why one doctor argues testing for the virus is no longer necessary. It is 5:42 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is 5:45 and developing this morning. President Joe Biden is expected to announce new efforts to deter a North Korean nuclear attack on South Korea. Biden is hosting the president of South Korea for a state visit this week. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the American people and the people of South Korea can expect to see tangible deliverables from the summit. He notes it comes at a critical moment as North Korea continues to develop its nuclear capabilities.
The two leaders will have a chance to consult closely on that. President Biden will reinforce and enhance our extended deterrence commitments to South Korea with respect to the threat the DPRK poses.
Sullivan says the U.S. wants to send a clear message to Pyongyang, which has recently stepped up ballistic missile tests. The visit marks the 70th anniversary of the alliance between the U.S. and South Korea.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, an infectious disease specialist says it is time for schools to put an end to COVID tests. Washington, D.C.'s public school system returned from spring break yesterday. Students and staff were required to provide a negative COVID-19 test. The doctor, Monica Gandhi, believes the practice is now unnecessary, and she says that mass testing is not the answer.
Really, the safest thing we can do, even if you're immunocompromised, is to get vaccinated, especially immunocompromised children. It's very important for them. We have vaccines down to 6 months of age now.
D.C. public schools have been encouraging students and staff to submit COVID tests after breaks for more than a year. They say it is to keep the district safe. The district will also reinstate its COVID vaccine mandate next school year.
Trending this morning, the University of Maryland Medical Center in Baltimore is getting some help to celebrate its 200th birthday. The University of Maryland mascot, Testudo, spent some time with staff and patients. He also made a stop at the University of Maryland Children's Hospital, which is celebrating 75 years. Testudo didn't miss the opportunity to play some basketball, too.
I thought you said Tostitos.
You just must be hungry.
I'm always hungry.
I don't know. We talked about waffles a little bit ago.
Did we? I missed the waffle discussion?
We did. We were trying to convince someone
early
to run to Miss Shirley's already at 5-something in the morning.
I'm looking at her right now. She's shaking her head no. No luck.
She's kind of working, though. We understand.
Well, we can use the telephone to call Miss Shirley's because today is National Telephone Day.
Is it really?
Not phones, but like you know.
This kind of phone?
Telephone, yeah.
So, but so my daughter was going through she wanted to change the ringtone on her iPad.
Yeah.
And one of the ringtones under Classic is the actual telephone ring. And I was trying to explain to her, that's an actual telephone.
Yeah.
And she said, I know, I saw it on some throwback thing on YouTube.
Oh my gosh. I remember getting tangled up in the cord.
Heck yeah, you had that big long cord.
Oh yeah.
Mom, I don't want to talk. I've got to talk
Leave the kitchen.
Look, and the cord's all the way over here, and I'm still on the phone. I'm like, look, I'm way over here, and I'm talking. I got to talk. I don't need
We're
privacy.
telling our age here.
And then they got cordless phones. That was really cool. That was really cool. I was like, oh, man, I don't have to have that big old cord wrapping all around. So, all right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. We are now 8 months from Christmas, as Meg and I talked about earlier this morning. So it is the 25th of April. Our weather headlines, 41 is your temperature right now. We're back to the lower 60s for this afternoon. So we'll be slightly warmer this afternoon, but we are tracking more rain for this upcoming weekend. Even have a chance for a few showers for tomorrow. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, boop, boop, beep, beep. I don't know what I was doing there. Well, you know what I was thinking about was Mean Girls, because Mean Girls has described your perfect date. And she says April 25th, and that's the perfect date today. It's not too hot, it's not too cool. 40 this morning, but 59 by noon, into the lower 60s, into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Hank the Bird, good morning. Yep, thanks. Upper 40s here by 9 a.m. We're going to be close to 60 through noon today and into the lower 60s. So we are expecting less wind this afternoon, plenty of sunshine. Overall, not a bad spring day. Typically, we're right about 70 degrees this time of year. So a lot of us in the upper 50s and lower 60s along the Chesapeake and up and down the 95 corridor. 62 in D.C. today, 64 in Richmond, lower 60s for Philly and New York up to the north. Now, let's talk about the O's and going for another win. They just can't lose, and I love it. 6:35 is that first pitch tonight against the Red Sox as they got the win again tonight, the 8th in a row. 60 degrees of your first pitch. Definitely a light jacket or a sweatshirt for your O's gear tonight, with temperatures that are in the 50s here through the rest of the game. So just be aware, it's going to be chilly tonight. A few showers for you tomorrow afternoon, but a bit warmer, and then tracking more unsettled weather with rain on the way for the weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. Our Len Stoller Traffic Network here. We've got our drive times pulled up and looking great in the green. No issues to report there. As we take a look at the roads outside, we have a live look here. Our traffic photojournalist Graham getting on 95 northbound, and not even a car in sight out there. Just a little sunrise starting to rise right there. Very beautiful. No issues to report. Mark Jones with the MTA. Checking in with him to see if it's as lucky out there. Mark, how's it going for you guys?
Well, pretty good, Megan. Good morning out there right now on the MARC train system. We've got a minor delay. It's Penn Train 511. It's running about 5 minutes late outside of that on-time service on MARC. You'll find light rail link right on schedule if that's your ride. No delays or issues. And Metro Subway looking good in both directions of that service for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The U.S. dollar dropping in value. I'm Atrell Nisharan. Coming up, what that means as some other countries look for a new reserve currency.
Plus, residents in Baltimore County on edge this morning as a 17-year-old becomes the latest victim of gun violence. We press county leaders on efforts to protect minors. It's 5:51 on Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. Making headlines, the United States is helping to evacuate private U.S. citizens who want to leave Sudan.
About 16,000 U.S. citizens are registered with the embassy as being in Sudan. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the U.S. has placed intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance assets over the land evacuation route to enable safe travel from Khartoum to the port of Sudan.
We have started to see a more regular pattern of convoys begin to arrive, including convoys that have Americans in them. Once at the port, then, we are using diplomatic facilities in neighboring countries to help those Americans with their onward travel so that they can get safely out of the country.
Sullivan notes that there have not been U.S. troops on the ground in Sudan other than to briefly evacuate embassy personnel. He says the administration continues to look at options to help Americans get out of the country, but is not considering peacekeeping troops.
President Joe Biden meets with the so-called Tennessee Three at the White House. Democratic State Representatives Justin Jones, Justin Pearson, and Gloria Johnson faced expulsion in the Tennessee legislature earlier this month. Republicans say the lawmakers broke House rules when they participated in a gun control protest inside the chamber. Well, the protest followed the deadly March 27th shooting at an elementary school in Nashville. Biden says the three lawmakers are standing up for America's kids, communities, and democratic values.
It's just tragic to see what's happening in your state in particular, in your city, but also across the country. And, you know, nothing's guaranteed about democracy. every generation has to fight for it, and you all are doing just that.
Representatives Justin Pearson and Justin Jones were expelled, but have since been reinstated temporarily. Representative Gloria Johnson also took part in the protests, but survived a move to expel her.
There is more concern on Wall Street about a potential debt ceiling crisis than there was during the last default debate in 2011. That's according to Politico, citing Goldman Sachs economists who say the fear stems from the slim GOP majority in the House, making a consensus on cuts in the House more challenging. This as the White House is sticking to calls for a clean debt limit increase.
If you want to have the debate about budget cuts and about how we reduce the deficit in a way that helps working Americans, let's have at it. But decouple it from the debt bill. That's going to threaten the U.S. economy.
Well, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy rolled out a bill last week, including spending cuts among a host of other proposals. But with the thin majority pushing those through with all Republicans on board, could be a tall order. If you are traveling overseas this summer, you may notice your dollar isn't going as far as it would have 6 months ago.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar reports how this is playing out as some countries consider switching their reserve currency.
This moment of global economic uncertainty bringing fears of a de-dollarization, the U.S. dollar losing its status as the world's reserve currency. The dollar's value falling from its 20-year high last fall, but still higher than it was this time last year. Turmoil in the banking sector, an aggressive Federal Reserve, and slowing economic activity fueling the dip in value. Meanwhile, countries like China and Brazil leading calls to find a new reserve currency, reaching an agreement for bilateral trade to be settled in their own currencies. And this could take hold with other countries like Malaysia, whose prime minister recently said there's no reason for them to keep relying on the dollar to attract investment. But the greenback still reigns supreme, accounting for more than 58% of global reserves, according to IMF data. And even those who are pessimistic about the U.S. economy point out that if other countries started looking for another reserve currency, there's no obvious alternative.
Where are they going to move? Are they really going to hold large quantities of assets in RMB?
Fed Chair Jerome Powell, whose track record on inflation has been heavily criticized, says the dollar's status isn't facing any real threat.
I think it's a pretty stable equilibrium. It's not a permanent equilibrium, but there isn't really a serious competitor.
The euro is the second most traded currency, but trails the dollar by more than half its volume. Decades of precedent and economic strength keeping the dollar on top, but not stopping other countries from at least rocking the boat by looking elsewhere. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
A Baltimore County teen killed at a popular shopping center. Just ahead, I'll have the very latest in this investigation.
A new report finds inadequate services being provided for kids facing criminal charges. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the biggest concerns in the findings.
And the race to the White House heating up this morning at the White House. Why he's asking voters for 4 more years just ahead.
Our temperatures chilly this morning, but we'll be a little bit warmer as we head toward the afternoon. We're also tracking rain. All of that coming up in your full Weather Authority forecast. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, April 25th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning, and Justin made mention 8 months till Christmas. Starting to feel like it.
Wow. Not quite. Not quite.
It's cold outside.
I'm excited for Christmas always, but I'm ready for warm.
I like how you guys have the red on. That's good.
And so maybe we are ready for Christmas.
Channeling all of that. Yeah, a little chilly here this morning. Ladies, we are talking about some freeze warnings and frost advisory, just some of that sensitive vegetation out there. But our temperatures have not dropped to the near freezing mark. In fact, most of us are in the upper 30s and lower 40s right now. But still, grab a jacket as you step out. You can see a really pretty shot here from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. 39 Owens Mills and Woodlawn, 40 in Baltimore City and Towson, 39 in Rosedale, 38 Essex and Middle River. So again, some of us in the 30s, but you can see the areas in purple. That is for Carroll and Frederick counties and the freeze warnings, frost advisories, northern Baltimore, Harford and Howard counties until 8 o'clock this morning. Should be allowed to expire on time, if not earlier, because these numbers just not as cold as what we forecasted last night. So our morning drive staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. go. Maybe get those bun warmers going this morning. As we're back with you in just a few minutes, we'll take a look at when that rain's going to impact you tomorrow and also later this weekend.
Thank you, Justin. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got a live look around the area here this morning. We've got a little bit of volume picking up, and it's not bad here for 6 a.m. We're moving just fine.
I worry all the time. When they say they're going out somewhere, you know, I'm wondering, you know, are they going to be all right?
It's just crazy, the amount of gun violence that is happening. You never know when it's going to stop.
In counties under pressure, another young life lost to gun violence, this time in Baltimore County.
Police are now identifying 17-year-old Elias Cheslak. He was a 12th grader at Parkville High School.
This morning we have live team coverage. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will have more on the Department of Juvenile Services and what they're doing to stop the juvenile crime crisis.
But we start with Shannon Lilly, and she has more on the latest young life cut short. Shannon?
Well, police say any suspects in this shooting case, Patrice, are still at large, still on the streets this morning. As for the motive, as to why this happened, that is still unclear. What we do know, though, is that this is just the latest young life to be lost in what is becoming a trend of young people being killed in both the city and the county. And that is a trend that newly confirmed Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough even acknowledged on Fox 45 Morning News. Take a listen.
We realize and we've seen over the years an increase in juvenile crime. What we see is a lot of local neighborhood crews of kids that run together, and they tend to commit crime together.
Well, this most recent youth shooting death, though, happening Sunday night when the back alley of this popular overlay shopping center turned into a crime scene. 17-year-old Elias Cheslak was killed. Police were called to the intersection of Bel Air Road and Roseville Boulevard around 9:45 p.m. for reports of this shooting. And when they got here, they found Cheslak shot once in the upper body. They rushed him to the hospital where he died. Now people in this area are just on edge.
It's just crazy, the amount of gun violence that is happening. You never know when it's going to stop.
As we mentioned, Cheslak was just a 12th grader at Parkville High School, and we know that counseling and support is being offered for students and staff there this week. In the meantime, if you have any information about this shooting, you are urged to call police. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
In Baltimore City, 9 juveniles have been shot and killed this year. Here are some of them. They range in age from 17 to just 8 years old. Another 31 young people have been shot in the city and survived.
Mayor Brandon Scott says the city will take 2 major steps to curb juvenile crime, enforcing the youth curfew and what he's calling a comprehensive summer youth engagement strategy. And that includes extended summer hours at rec centers and a violence intervention partnership with area hospitals. The group We, Our, Us is slated to get funding to work in rec centers this summer. And that group believes that accountability is a missing piece when it comes to the juvenile justice system.
We know there's a breakdown somewhere from the young person's release from the detention center to their home. So we want to fill those gaps, and that's a proposal that we presented. We want to be able to get in, provide services, be able to get in and provide programming. But at the same time, when the young people are released, we want them to remain accountable to what's in place.
Now, the Department of Juvenile Services is where juvenile offenders by law are supposed to be held accountable and get the services they need.
A new report from the Attorney General's office shows few services are being offered.
Olivia Dance continues our team coverage this morning with a look into those concerns. Olivia.
Well, the Attorney General's report found problems throughout many DJS facilities, including right here at the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center. Now, the 100-page report highlights problems such as increasing daily populations, lack of educational opportunities, substandard safety staffing plans, inadequate programming, and more. The report specifically says the Juvenile Justice Center here in Baltimore City, quote, continues to operate like a prison-like environment, and staff are ill-equipped to provide the level of care needed to keep youth safe. unstable, and that persistent boredom is found to be a serious concern. The report found that at almost every single DJS facility, there is a lack of educational opportunities, all while the juvenile violent crime trend continues to rise. Now, Jeremy Eldridge, a former prosecutor turned defense attorney, says that's part of the boredom problem.
Whether you're talking about juveniles gathering at the harbor or you're talking about juvenile boredom leading to assaults at a detention center, what you're talking about is the same. It's the same issue. And the issue is that we as adults are not providing programming. We're not providing rec centers. We're not keeping these kids busy in a way that keeps them out of trouble. And that is our responsibility along with their parents.
Now, Vincent Schiraldi, the new DJS secretary, says the agency is very troubled by the findings and that they are committed to providing the best juvenile facilities in the country. Back to you.
Olivia, are lawmakers responding to this report? And if they are, what do they have to say about it?
Yeah, Patrice, some are. In fact, Delegate Clippinger is calling for a top-to-bottom review of DJS. Take a listen to what he said.
I believe that the secretary will get into the guts of rebuilding this agency. That doesn't need legislation. That needs leadership.
In the meantime, lawmakers are calling for more services to be provided within DJS, but the agency is already struggling to meet requirements. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
We want to hear from you. Do you have confidence in city leaders to get crime under control this summer? So far, at 96% of those who voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. And stay with Fox 45 Morning News. We're going to speak live with Dr. Letitia Gerasa, who will be spearheading a collaborative group focused on bringing down youth crime. That is happening live this morning at 9:15.
Mayor Brandon Scott putting a focus on stopping crime in the city. Still ahead in our next half hour, the details we expect to hear today as Fox 45 News presses the mayor on if his violence intervention plan is working.
I ride my dirt bike for fun, for real. But they're illegal. I mean, I do it for fun. It ain't illegal to me.
Summer's just around the corner, and we're already hearing about a rise in dirt bikers and street racers. Why a new law may be hard to enforce this summer.
Our temperatures are chilly this morning. Not as cold, though, as we may have thought. That still needs you still need a jacket as you make your way out. We'll break down what we can expect later this afternoon coming up. 6:11 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast and tracking temperatures that are a little chilly right now. Looking out in mostly clear skies out over the Inner Harbor just before the sun comes up on your Tuesday. As you head out the door, grab a jacket, grab the sunglasses. You'll need that for later today, but no umbrella needed. We are tracking a few rain showers for tomorrow and then another round of rain into the weekend. But out for a run or a jog next few hours, definitely get the extra layers on with temperatures staying in the 40s as you make your way outside. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
6:11, we are looking ahead to the 2024 election season.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with a big announcement that just dropped from President Joe Biden. Taylor, what's going on?
Guys, literally 5 minutes ago here, you can see from the AP, President Joe Biden officially announcing his 2024 re-election bid. His betting experience, achievements will help top voters who are concerned about his age, though. Now, this video announcement comes on the 4-year anniversary of his first presidential campaign launch. He promised to heal the soul of the nation. He's asking for 4 more years to do just that and set aside those concerns that many voters have about his age. That is a top concern. He is already the oldest president to serve and would be 86 by the end of his second term if he wins re-election. Now, Democrats even are concerned about that. Take a look at these statistics. A recent poll from Suffolk University and USA Today shows 49% of voters who voted for Biden in 2020 want him to run again, but 39% do not. Meantime, 63% of voters want the current Republican frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, to run again in 2024. Now, we've already learned more about the campaign team. Take a look at this report from the AP, a name you probably do not know, Julie Rodriguez. She's going to run his campaign in 2024. We'll keep you updated as all this is developing really quickly here at the Live Center. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Well, the Metro Subway will be getting a system upgrade after the break. How this could impact your weekend plans.
And Maryland has 2 millionaires, but one lottery ticket has not been claimed. Just ahead, find out if it could be yours. 6:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Looking ahead, the Maryland Department of Transportation will be installing a new communication system that will provide a safer and more reliable subway. And for that, they will be closing all stations on the Metro subway Friday, May 5th at 6 p.m. They're going to reopen them Monday, May 8th at 5 in the morning. A bus bridge will operate between all Metro subway stations every 30 minutes during regular service hours. Trending now, Maryland has 2 new millionaires.
We're talking about lottery millionaires. One player in Owings Mills claimed a scratch-off prize for $1 million last Monday. But then another player in Silver Spring won $1 million with the Mega Millions ticket, but that person has yet to claim their ticket. So if you played recently at a 7-Eleven on Georgia Avenue in Silver Spring, check your ticket because you might be a millionaire.
That's the perfect amount of money, too. It's not crazy. You still probably have to work, but it's enough to get things in line and get yourself together.
I like any amount of free money that comes my way.
We got to start playing more.
We say it all the time. We never do. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. How often do you play? I play lottery when it's like a bazillion trillion dollars.
My limit at 400 million is when I start playing. And I don't know why that's my number.
That's an interesting number, yeah.
I know.
I was excited because we won like $50 or $60 one time because we got a couple of the numbers, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. And then I tried to play again, and like it never. And I was
lost your luck.
Yeah.
Doesn't work out.
So anyway, I don't know. If I'm at the Rofo and I'm getting chicken, I mean, maybe I'll play.
But we all won with this sunrise.
Yes.
Look at that.
Yes. It is Tuesday, National Zucchini Bread Day. You know, I'm not really a big zucchini fan. Like, I don't like it, but zucchini bread, yeah, definitely a fan of that. So there's our Towson camera right now from our Mile One Auto Group cam. That sun that is coming up as we speak, and your temperature right now at 40 degrees. Some of us are in the 30s. It is definitely jacket-worthy weather as you step out here this morning. We do have frost advisories for northern Baltimore counties and Harford County, as well as northwestern Howard counties, and freeze warnings still in effect for Frederick County as well as Carroll County. And that freeze warning and all of those freeze warnings in the purple right there, that extends out to the Ohio River Valley and areas to the west. That's where that colder air is in place this morning. But over the next couple of hours, as you rise and shine with us, enjoy some breakfast, maybe a slice of zucchini bread there for brunch time. We're talking about low to mid 40s, even upper 40s through 9 a.m. Sun will be up until 7:54 tonight. Definitely getting those longer daylight hours. Right about 52 if you're heading out there at the Hunt Valley Town Center in the 10 o'clock hour. And Cockeysville also seeing those numbers in the lower 60s through that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. And if you're doing Taco Tuesday tonight, we're talking about numbers into the lower 60s for that 4 and 5 o'clock hours. So upper 50s and lower 60s we're going to see across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Numbers in Harford and Cecil counties also in the 50s and lower 60s for you. Typically right about 70 degrees is where we are for this time of year. Hopefully another win tonight. The O's are on fire. Have one of the best records in all of Major League Baseball, taking on the Red Sox again for game 2 tonight. 6:35 Camden Yards, 60 for your first pitch. Then those numbers will be a little bit cooler. And notice what's going on with our temperature tracker too. We are going to slide to the below average numbers, and definitely on Friday will be the coolest day, but we kind of ride right below that average line. We'll finally get a little bit warmer on Sunday and Monday of next week, but overall, we also are bringing in some rain showers as well. So here's that 7-day forecast. Few showers around for us tomorrow. Thursday is drier. Friday, more of a rainy day. Off and on showers Saturday, but overall, we're kind of drying out. And then Sunday, we bring another round of rain and even some thunderstorms in by Sunday afternoon. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking out the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, taking a live look at the 895-95 split and traffic moving along without issues. So that's the good news for your morning commute. More good news here. Our traffic photojournalist Graham is out and about. He's in the area of Perry Hall on 95 South, and he is also moving along up to speed. Let's get a check now with Mark Jones in the MTA. See what's happening there. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 511 and Camden 845, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel. Light Rail Link has a delay. It's running about 10 to 15 minutes late. If that's your ride, do allow extra time for travel on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link, a different story. On-time service in both directions out there this morning. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Tire marks in city intersections from street racing despite a law against it. Just ahead, why one law enforcement expert believes this law may be hard to enforce.
Inflation has increased the cost of food. Just ahead, some easy ways to find budget-friendly, healthy items when you shop. 6:21, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $6.24. With food prices so high, we could all use some tips for trying to save some money. But what if you also want to eat healthy?
As Consumer Reports explains, there are some easy ways to find budget-friendly, healthy items when you shop.
We're all still suffering sticker shock over grocery prices, including Natalie Marie Rowe, a mom of two who shares the meals she makes her girls on Instagram.
Feeding my family healthy foods and not breaking the bank has been a challenge, especially the last year.
All those increases might have you giving up on healthy eating, but Consumer Reports says finding savings on nutritious foods begins before you head to the store. First, make a list of what you need to help avoid impulse buys. Natalie takes this tip one step further in an effort to cut corners.
Look at the sales, I look at them, I write things down, and then I create our weekly menu, depending on what's on sale.
You can also consider switching to the store brands of your favorite products.
Consumer Reports testing found that they tend to cost between 5 and 72% less than the name brand products.
NCR's taste testing experts found most of them tasted just as good as the name brand. And if you live near a discount grocery store like Aldi or Lidl, their store brands can even be cheaper. Another way to save: fill your freezer.
With frozen produce, you only have to take out as much as you need for that meal.
And if meat prices are taking too much from your family food budget, CR says one way to fight back is to try some plant-based proteins.
Plant-based foods like beans and tofu tend to be less expensive than poultry, meat, or seafood.
Finally, skip the pre-cut fruits and veggies from the store.
They may be more convenient, but the cost is often much higher per pound.
Although it may take more time to do your own slicing and dicing, it'll definitely save you money.
Well, Consumer Report says another way to save is to plan a week's meal ahead of time, so you're not buying more food than you'll need.
Well, we are waking up to cold temperatures in the 30s and 40s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when we can expect a warm-up.
This morning, Mayor Scott will provide an update on Baltimore's violence intervention. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at concerns with the current strategy. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 6:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you. Appreciate you being here with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock, making us a part of your morning routine. And yeah, we love showing you those sunrise shots with beautiful conditions right now. Yes, a little on the chilly side from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, but overall, those temperatures are going to climb today. So statewide, 20s and 30s in western Maryland, mid to upper 30s for Hagerstown and Frederick over to Westminster. Still some lower 40s for Bel Air and Baltimore City at this time. So numbers climbing through the rest of the morning into the mid to upper 50s by noon and lower 60s by the time we end up in the afternoon for today. So not a bad afternoon out overall. We're in the upper 60s tomorrow, so a little bit warmer. Does come with a few rain showers. Thursday looks great, but more rain on the way for the weekend. Break all that down for you coming up in a few minutes over on that big green wall in just a bit.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we have your Len Stoller Traffic Network with a live look over the loop near Loch Raven in Towson. We've got volume picking up, but no issues to report.
6:30 now. In a city in crisis for over a year, Fox 45 News has been investigating Baltimore's Safe Streets program, looking into how the city operates the program that Mayor Brandon Scott has said is the city's flagship gun violence prevention program. But this morning, the mayor's going to make an announcement about the program.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live now with what we can expect from that meeting. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, according to information released to the media at 10:15 this morning, Mayor Scott will provide a one-year update on Baltimore's community violence intervention. Now, a major part of that strategy is Safe Streets, which has faced concerns about transparency. If you remember, just 2 months ago, the mayor announced a public safety dashboard allowing residents to track crime and hold agencies like Safe Streets accountable.
This data is coming from the police department. The police department, our Safe Streets workers, everyone that is working that you see here uses data each and every day to determine where we're going to be focused and how we're going to be operating. What we're talking about today is how we're sharing that data with the public, especially for those who cry for transparency.
Well, the dashboard does touch on the city's community violence intervention program. When it comes to Safe Streets, it only shows a map of their locations. Fox 45 News has been investigating Safe Streets' effectiveness for over a year. At this morning's meeting, the mayor will be joined by the executive director of the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Baltimore City Public Schools CEO, and more. Mayor Scott is expected to announce his strategy to expand Baltimore's community violence intervention ecosystem. But it comes as crime continues to be a major concern in the city. And of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring the meeting to see what the mayor's plan is and if more transparency will be provided about the effectiveness of Safe Streets. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. As the warmer weather heats up, so do those familiar sounds of dirt bikes and street racing. Last year, a new law was signed by the mayor banning both in the city.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from Harbor East with what is in the law and why police say it may be hard to enforce. Shannon.
Well, despite it being a nuisance, Patrice and Megan, we spoke with a law enforcement expert who believes stopping dirt bikers and street racers is not going to be a top priority for police. Meanwhile, we continue to see the tire marks here at city intersections just like this one. Just more evidence of a problem that likely won't go away anytime soon.
Baby.
There's that familiar sound from South Central Street and Harbor East to Pratt Street and all over the city, really. In October, the mayor signed the law which targets dirt bike riders and street racers, and it carries up to a $1,000 fine and up to 12 months in jail. But law enforcement analyst and former NYPD Inspector Corey Pegas says with the shortage of police by nearly 500 officers in the city, dirt bikes and drag racing will take a back seat to Baltimore's gun violence.
Quite sure the police commissioner in Baltimore is focused on bodies. The main priority is life, and then it's limbs, and then it's dirt bikes.
However, we did speak with Councilman Yitzi Schleifer. He's the one who wrote this law in the first place. And we know, Megan and Patrice, that he plans to meet with Baltimore police this week to go over plans for enforcement. So, of course, we'll have to see how that goes.
Shannon, are police or the mayor saying anything about this?
So we reached out to police, Megan. We also reached out to the mayor. We asked them a slew of questions about how they plan to enforce this law. We also have been asking police about how many citations and even arrests that they have already given out due to this law when it went into effect last year. We have not heard back from either agency. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
If you see street racing, stunt driving, or dirt bikes in your neighborhood and you can safely take pictures or videos, we want to see them. Scan the QR code on your screen and that will take you to our website where you can send them to us, or you can use your Fox 45 mobile app and just click the Explore tab and then chime in.
Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, city and state leaders hope federal funding can start to repair communities divided by the so-called Highway to Nowhere in West Baltimore. Construction on the highway began 50 years ago and was aimed at connecting the suburbs and downtown. However, it cost more than 1,000 homes and businesses to be demolished, leaving 1,500 residents to be displaced. The project was ultimately shut down after protests from residents and environmentalists. Government officials now announcing a $2 million grant that will be used to plan the future for that unused space.
What we're here to do today is, when it comes to the Highway to Nowhere, to begin that process of healing.
A future that we hope will include public
parkland, and community recreational and environmental spaces, and bike trails, and an outdoor entertainment and leisure activity space for the communities that are still left behind.
In the meantime, residents are planning a strategy meeting this weekend to demand involvement in deciding what comes next for the community. Maryland school test results are published and later reposted with much of the data removed. The state says it's for the students' privacy, but just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, why one whistleblower tells Project Baltimore that is not the case.
And we will be dry in the 60s for this afternoon. Just ahead, how long? We will be rain-free. 6:36 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
These fantastic formations that resemble rippling waves are called asperitas clouds or asperitas clouds. Fairly new as far as cloud recognitions go. They were accepted by the World Meteorological Organization in 2015. Now to Virginia, where the signs of spring are showing up. This bleeding heart flower is one example.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
Time right now, just about 6:40 on your Tuesday morning. Charm City tank shot looks great with that sun lighting them up, and Patapsco nice and calm at this hour. Not much in the way of wind today. A chilly morning, but we actually will be warmer this afternoon. Less wind and temperatures that will rise by about 2 or 3 degrees. So I think you're going to enjoy your spring day. But just know that out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours and your jogging cast temps in the low to mid 40s. We're back with your full forecast. We are tracking some rain tomorrow and then more rain for the weekend. That's coming up in just a little bit.
All right, Justin, thank you. We are tracking the latest economic reports, shedding some light on what might lie ahead in the U.S. economy.
Taylor Stewart is in the Live Center now with what numbers we could see today. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. A live look now from Washington, D.C., where we're waiting for two major reports expected to drop at 10 o'clock this morning. One of them is new home sales for March. That report serves as a snapshot of housing demand, considered an economic indicator. Now, industry experts predict sales slightly slumped to 630,000, about 10,000 fewer than the month before. And we're also looking ahead to April's Consumer Confidence Index. That's going to be released today. It's a key indicator of the overall health of the economy. It's based on people's personal financial habits, and the index is expected to hold steady at 104. Well, this morning we're still seeing layoffs, though, at Disney. The company started notifying employees of its second round of layoffs this year. It includes workers with ESPN this time who were spared the first time those cuts were made. Now, at this point, we know Disney has made 4,000 cuts this year alone, and just over half of those 7,000 layoffs Bob Iger, the CEO, announced in February. That's the latest from the Live Center.
I'm Christine Frizzell in Washington, where a meeting between President Biden and 3 Tennessee lawmakers is raising questions about his priorities.
The city is hoping a new law will stop illegal street racing, but will it work? Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, we'll speak with a law enforcement expert about how the city should combat street racing. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Breaking in our morning rush this morning, President Joe Biden announces his running for a second term. He posted this video just about 30 minutes ago to make his formal announcement. Taylor Stewart is going to have more on this ahead in our Live Center.
Also in your morning rush, another young life lost to gun violence, this time in Baltimore County. Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning. Shannon, what can you tell us about the teen who was killed?
Well, police have identified him, Patrice, as 17-year-old Elias Cheslak. He was just in the 12th grade at Parkville High School, and the shooting happened Sunday night in the back alleyway of a popular overlay shopping center. The reason why it happened, a motive, still unknown this morning, but as far as we know, the suspect or suspects are still at large and on the streets this morning. And this comes as we just continue to see more and more young people fall victim to gun violence and violence here in the city as well as in the county. So stay with us, because in 15 minutes you're going to hear from the newly confirmed Baltimore County Police Chief about this trend. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. The Department of Juvenile Services is where juvenile offenders, by law, are supposed to be held accountable and get the services that they need. But a new report from the Attorney General's office shows few services are being offered and conditions are problematic. Olivia Danch joining us live this morning. Olivia, what are some of the major concerns in this report?
Well, Megan, the Attorney General's report found problems throughout many DJS facilities, including right here at the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center. Now, the 100-page report highlights problems such as increasing daily populations, lack of educational opportunities, substandard safety staffing plans, inadequate programming, and more. The report specifically says the Juvenile Justice Center in Baltimore City, quote, continues to operate like a prison-like environment, and staff are ill-equipped to provide the level of care needed to keep youth stable. And that persistent boredom is found to be a serious concern. The report found that at almost every single DJS facility, there is a lack of educational opportunities, all while the juvenile violent crime trend continues to rise. Now, Vincent Schiraldi, the new DJS secretary, says the agency is very troubled by the findings and is committed to having the best juvenile facilities in the country. But coming up in about 15 minutes, find out how lawmakers are reacting to this report and what they are now calling for. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
All right, well, it's 6:47, and we want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
He's got a look at our forecast for us this morning.
I mean, I like zoodles. You know, like when you make the pasta noodles out of zucchini?
Yes.
I just don't like zucchini, like, on my plate.
I've never had zoodles.
Oh, I had the best zoodles dish I've ever had at our Be More Healthy Expo. One of the chefs there did a shrimp scampi with the zoodles.
Ooh.
And it was amazing. I've tried to duplicate it. I can't get it quite like he did it.
Huh. That sounds good.
It is good, yeah.
It's a zucchini day or zucchini bread day?
Zucchini bread day, yeah. That's right.
That
Because
sounds good.
I don't like banana bread, but I like zucchini bread.
I like both.
And I don't like zucchini, but I like zoodles. So, you know, it just depends on how it's all the packaging, right? You just have to, however it's packaged. Excuse me. All right, good morning, everybody. Hopefully you're enjoying your Tuesday so far. Yes, it's a little chilly, and we still have some frost advisories and freeze warnings from the overnight hours. But overall, our numbers did not drop as far off as we thought. In fact, most of us are staying well above freezing right now. Our Towson camera temperature officially at 40 degrees. A little northwest wind about 5 to 7 miles an hour, but not much to get in your way. We still have those frost advisories and freeze warnings going through at least 8 o'clock this morning, and more of those freeze warnings for the Ohio River Valley and the Midwest, as well as that colder air is in place. Got some showers in Chicago, north of Indianapolis, but other than that, everything is mainly rain and snow free. So looking at your bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as those kids get back at it to school here next hour. Yeah, make sure they have the jacket and they're ready to go at the bus stop. But upper 50s through noontime, into the lower 60s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. Maybe some frost delays for you golfers this morning, but we're talking upper 40s by 9 a.m. Don't think it's going to be that much of an issue. Upper 50s and less wind through noontime and into the lower 60s later today. And check some of these numbers. Typically 70 degrees is where we are, so still below average for this time of year, with upper 50s for Westminster and Bel Air, right about 60 in Elkton, 61 Chestertown, Stevensville at 60 as well on the Eastern Shore. We're at 62 in D.C. today, same number in Philly and up toward New York, even 55 if you're heading farther to the north to Boston. Now, pilots today, overall, visual flight rules. We're talking about VFR all day today and not as much wind. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry today. Good looking day for sure. Now, tomorrow we do have a system that's going to be tracking to the north of us. That's going to bring a little bit more cloud cover. We will be warmer tomorrow, but we are tracking at least a few scattered showers. Not a lot of rain on Wednesday. The bigger chance and the heavier rain is coming later into Friday. So Thursday's dry. There's that next weather maker coming in Friday morning, and it's going to stay with us through Friday afternoon into the evening time. So those showers will be with us, and then another round of rain coming on the second half of the weekend. Just 10 days out from Cinco de Mayo. We're 19 days from Mother's Day and now just 34 days from Memorial Day, with the summer solstice in less than 2 months. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. Upper 60s tomorrow and Thursday. We're cooler with those showers on Friday, but we do start to warm back up for the second half of the weekend. And Sunday does bring that chance for thunderstorms, even though we'll see highs into the lower 70s. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we have a look around the outer loop here. And we've got some volume picking up there this morning. Our traffic photojournalist Graham driving in the area of Windsor Mill. He's on the outer loop right there, and you can see it's pretty slow there here this morning, and no issues to report, just a lot of volume right now. Live look over Camden Yards, meantime, where the Orioles are waking up victorious and on a winning streak. The O's got a win over the Boston Red Sox in their 3-game series. O's took the lead with a 5-4 win, making this their 7th win in a row. The O's will be hitting the road later this week, where they're going to be facing the Detroit Tigers. But first, they've got a game tonight at 6:35.
Well, help your child get ahead in school with one-on-one tutoring. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, the summer tutoring services that can help your child in subjects like math and English.
And walk, run, dance, stroll, or roll to raise awareness. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark will be at Camden Yards with how you can get involved.
You can also run, walk, or stroll to your next cup of coffee.
Doesn't matter how you get there, but now is the perfect time for a coffee break.
In today's assignment to America, one person is dead after a shooting at a 2-year college in Oklahoma. It happened Monday.
It happened at Rose State College in Midwest City, a suburb of Oklahoma City. We know a suspect is in custody.
Police say the shooting appears to be, quote, domestic related.
9 teenagers, ages 15 to 19 in Texas, are recovering from non-life-threatening injuries after a shooting at an after-prom party.
Sheriff deputies in Jasper County say they responded to the home just after midnight on Sunday. Luckily, all of the victims are expected to recover.
The violence comes after 4 young people were killed during a Sweet 16 birthday party in Alabama just last weekend.
5 of the 6 suspects facing murder charges in connection with that deadly mass shooting at the Sweet 16 in Alabama are set to appear in court today.
The 6 suspects include 4 teenagers. So far, authorities have named 5 of them.
They include 16-year-old Travis McCullough, 17-year-old Tyreek McCullough, 19-year-old Willie George Brown Jr., 20-year-old Latron Brown, and 20-year-old Wilson Lamar Hill Jr.
An unnamed 15-year-old who was the 6th person to be arrested and charged will not be a part of today's hearing. All 6 suspects have been charged with 4 counts of reckless murder.
It's just tragic to see what's happening in your state in particular, in your city, but also across the country. And, nothing's guaranteed about democracy. Every generation has to fight for it, and you all are doing just that.
3 lawmakers led a gun control protest on the Tennessee House floor following that deadly school shooting, and 2 of them were expelled by Republicans in charge. Now, they were later reinstated by local officials.
Recently, those 3 Tennessee lawmakers were invited to the White House. The meetings have been met with both praise and criticism, as national correspondent Christine Frizzell reports.
Everybody in?
President Biden meeting with the so-called Tennessee Three at the White House.
You know, you're standing up for our kids, you're standing up for our communities, safe communities, and democratic values.
Among them, Representative Justin Jones.
Raise your hand if you support defunding the police department.
Former activist with multiple arrests on his record. Critics like veteran James Hutton calling it another new low to, quote, bring in loudmouth politicians instead of actual victims. Another invite from the president to the black teenage shooting victim Ralph Yarl, who was shot by a white man when he showed up at the wrong house to pick up his brother. The president posting he called his family, but some conservatives asking why him, but not the families of the Nashville shooting, or why he decided not to visit the site of the toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio.
And they know that there are symbolic acts of visiting and talking about them, put more attention on them, and when they don't talk about them, they have less attention. That's why the president doesn't talk much about the investigation of Hunter Biden.
But every president since the beginning of time has prioritized meetings with some people and not others, highlighting certain issues and not others, with experts saying it's not only part of the job, but it could be an effective campaign strategy.
One of the things that Joe Biden is running against is this authoritarian push in the Republican Party, which is quintessentially restrictions on freedom of speech.
In the final days of his presidency, Donald Trump made a visit to part of the border wall in Texas to sign his name on it. And he, too, had plenty of controversial meetings with everyone from Kim Jong-un to Kanye West.
If he don't look good, we don't look good.
What matters looking ahead is if the agenda the president or his opponent sets resonates best with the American people. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Jury selection is underway in the murder trial of a man accused of murdering 11 people at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Robert Bowers is accused of driving to the synagogue in October of 2018 and opening fire on worshipers inside.
Prosecutors say he was armed with an assault rifle, then exchanged gunfire with a SWAT team before officers wounded Bowers and took him into custody.
He could face the death penalty if the jury convicts him. That trial is expected to last several weeks.
A Baltimore County teen killed at a popular overlay shopping center. Just ahead, I'll have the very latest in this investigation.
A new report describes inadequate services being provided for kids facing criminal charges. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the biggest concerns in the findings.
As we're walking into a Tuesday, our temperatures are going to stay a little bit warmer for the afternoon. We'll break down just how warm we get and when rain is on the way as well. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, April 25th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. You know, on a cold morning, we're just dreaming of breakfast to keep you warm. 7 a.m. It's time.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is in on that dream.
I know.
Yeah. Haven't even had a cup of coffee.
We just took a coffee break is why it's empty.
That's why. Okay. I know, right? I mean, I'm trying to...
You're behind.
I'm trying to power through here. Got my emergency, and that's about it. Our Towson Cam, good morning to all of you. Happy Tuesday to everyone. And here we are, the final Tuesday of April. This is the final week of April. May starts next week, and by then we should see some warmer numbers. In fact, later today, it's not going to be too bad. Overall, our temperatures have settled off in the mid to upper 30s. Frederick, Westminster in those mid to upper 30s. 40s right now. 39 in Baltimore City, still 48 in Annapolis. So overall, our temperatures not as cold as warrants these warnings and watches and advisories. Freeze warning still for Carroll and Frederick County until 8. Also those frost advisories for northern Baltimore County, northwestern Harford, and Howard counties as well. Those should be allowed to expire here within the hour. So after a chilly morning, we're going to see slightly warmer conditions this afternoon and less wind as well. And then we are tracking more rain all tomorrow, but also into the weekend. Mr. Bodo says we're good to go with numbers staying in the 30s and 40s over the next few hours. How are we looking on the roads, Meg?
You know what? We've got volume picking up here, Justin. Nothing really causing any of those delays, just a lot of cars trying to get through the area this morning. Taking a look at our live cameras here in our Len Stoller traffic network, you can see some of that volume indicated there, but mostly smooth sailing.
It's really frightening. It's scary because you don't expect that.
It's hard to hear about.
A family is mourning the loss of their son to gun violence, this time in Baltimore County.
Police are now identifying the 17-year-old as Elias Cheslack. He was a senior at Parkville High School. This morning we have Shannon Lilly joining us live with the latest on the young life that was cut short. Shannon.
Well, police say any suspects, Megan, in this deadly shooting right now, as far as we know, are still out on the streets this morning. And as for why this happened in the first place, a motive is not known. What we do know, though, is that this is just the latest young life to be lost in what has become a trend in both the city and the county of young people losing their lives to gun violence. And that is a trend that newly confirmed Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough is acknowledging. Take a listen.
We realize and we've seen over the years an increase in juvenile crime. What we see is a lot of local neighborhood crews of kids that run together, and they tend to commit crime together.
Well, this most recent youth shooting death, though, happening Sunday night when the back alley of this popular Overlay shopping center turned into a crime scene. 17-year-old Elias Cheslack was killed. Police were called to the intersection of Bel Air Road and Roseville Boulevard around 9:45 Sunday night for reports of this shooting. And when they got here, they found Cheslack shot once in the upper body. They rushed him to the hospital where he died. And now people in this area are just on edge.
It's just crazy, the amount of gun violence that is happening. You never know when it's going to stop.
Cheslack was just a 12th grader at Parkville High School, and we know the school is offering support for both the staff and students this week, mental health support and counseling. In the meantime, anyone with information about this shooting is urged to call police. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. In Baltimore City, Mayor Brandon Scott says the city will take two major steps to curb juvenile crime, enforcing the youth curfew and what he's calling a comprehensive summer youth engagement strategy. And what it includes is extended summer hours at rec centers and also a violence intervention partnership with area hospitals. The group We, Our, Us is slated to get funding to work in rec centers this summer. The group believes accountability is a missing piece when it comes to the juvenile justice system.
We know there's a breakdown somewhere from the young person's release from the detention center to their home. So we want to fill those gaps, and that's a proposal that we presented. We want to be able to get in, provide services, be able to get in and provide programming. But at the same time, when the young people are released, we want them to remain accountable to what's in place.
Developing now, the Department of Juvenile Services is where juvenile offenders by law are supposed to be held accountable and get services they need.
But a new report from the Attorney General's office shows few services are being offered.
Olivia Dance continues our team coverage this morning with a look into the major concerns. Olivia?
Yeah, Megan and Patrice, the Attorney General's report found problems throughout many DJS facilities, including right here at the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center. Now, the 100-page report highlights problems such as increasing daily populations, lack of educational opportunities, substandard safety staffing plans, inadequate programming, and more. The report specifically says the Juvenile Justice Center here in Baltimore City, quote, continues to operate like a prison-like environment, and staff are ill-equipped to provide the level of care needed to keep youth stable, and that persistent boredom is found to be a serious concern. The report found that at almost every single DJS facility, there is a lack of educational opportunities, while the juvenile violent crime trend continues to rise. And Jeremy Eldridge, a former prosecutor turned defense attorney, says that's part of the boredom problem.
Whether you're talking about juveniles gathering at the harbor, or you're talking about juvenile boredom leading to assaults at a detention center, what you're talking about is the same. It's the same issue. And the issue is that we as adults are not providing programming. We're not providing rec centers. We're not keeping these kids busy in a way that keeps them out of trouble. And that is our responsibility along with their parents.
And Vincent Schiraldi, the new DJS secretary, says the agency is very troubled by the findings and that they're committed to providing the best juvenile facilities in the country. Back to you.
So, Olivia, what about lawmakers? Are they responding to the report?
Yeah, Patrice, some are. In fact, Delegate Clippinger is calling for a top-to-bottom review of DJS. Take a listen to what he said.
I believe that the secretary will get into the guts of rebuilding this agency. That doesn't need legislation. That needs leadership.
In the meantime, lawmakers are calling for more services to be provided within DJS, but the agency is already struggling to meet requirements. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. And we want to hear from you. Do you have confidence in city leaders to get crime under control this summer? So far, 97% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
In a city in crisis, city and state leaders hope federal funding can start to repair communities divided by the so-called highway to nowhere in West Baltimore.
Construction on the highway began 50 years ago. It was aimed at connecting the suburbs and downtown. However, it cost more than 1,000 homes and businesses to be demolished, leaving 1,500 residents to be displaced.
Now, the project was ultimately shut down after protests from residents and environmentalists. Government officials are now announcing a $2 million grant that will be used to plan the future for that unused space.
What we're here to do today is, when it comes to the highway to nowhere, to begin that process of healing.
A future that we hope will include public parkland and community recreational and environmental spaces, and bike trails, and an outdoor entertainment and leisure activity space for the communities that are still left behind.
In the meantime, residents are planning a strategy meeting this weekend to demand involvement in deciding what comes next for the community.
7:08 now. We're looking ahead to the 2024 election season.
A lot unfolding in that this morning. Taylor Stewart in our live center now with the big announcement that just dropped from President Joe Biden.
That's
Taylor.
right. Yeah, this morning it is official. President Joe Biden formally announcing his bid for re-election, potentially setting the stage for a rematch with Donald Trump. Now, take a look at this video posted on Twitter in the last hour. He says he is running. He is launching his second presidential campaign 4 years after his first. Then he said we were in a battle for the soul of the nation. In this video, he says we still are. And he's asking voters to give him 4 more years to finish the job. Well, Biden is, in fact, the oldest president to serve. And in 4 years, he'd be 86 by the end of a potential second term. That's something that's top of mind for not only Republicans, but also Democrats. Take a look at this. A recent poll from Suffolk University and USA Today shows 49% of voters who voted for Joe Biden in 2020 want him to run again, but 39% do not. Now, meantime, 63% of voters who voted for former President Trump want him to run again this year. Now, Biden's campaign team is already starting to take shape. Not a face you've probably seen before, but Julie Rodriguez is going to lead his campaign as the campaign manager. She's a longtime Democratic Party activist and worked under President Barack Obama's White House. We'll keep you updated. There's a lot developing here at the Live Center. Back to you.
Making headlines this morning, First Republic is releasing new details into its business following last month's banking crisis.
The bank says it lost a staggering $102 billion in customer deposits. That is well over half of its $176 billion that it held at the end of last year.
Because of the instability, it says it expects to cut its workforce by 20 to 25% this quarter.
In the meantime, new research from finance professors in the U.S. and Europe alleges the Silicon Valley bank run was fueled on social media, primarily by people in the tech startup community.
Regulators don't yet know what to do about the expediency threat, and some in Congress say it's not clear anything can be done.
The idea that you're going to stop the flow of information, to stop the flow of money, is not a responsible assumption that we can make happen. People complain about the telegraph and the telephone. We just have a faster form of media distribution and communications distribution.
Congressman Patrick McHenry there called on SVB to run a creature of Twitter. Until recently, there were questions about whether the tweets leading up to the run reflected reality or sped up the bank collapse.
Well, it's 7:11 now. We need to get another check of the forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. We've got some sun. That looks nice.
Yeah, it sure does. You know, that guy was talking about communications, and it's National Telephone Day, like the old school telephones. Uncle Gus holding out, still has a landline. Gus Chambers will not get a mobile phone. I saw him over the weekend, and he's like, yeah, man, hey, what's going on? He's stuck in the 60s. I love it, and I love him. He's great. So looking out right now over Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Hopefully we can get Gus and Jamie out here, take them to a game. That would be a lot of fun, as the O's are on a 7-game winning streak. Back at it tonight against the Boston Red Sox. Low to mid and upper 40s over the next couple of hours on your Rise and Shine cast. Enjoy some coffee and breakfast with us here on your Tuesday. Sun will be up until 7:54 tonight, so those daylight hours are definitely getting longer. On your 3T cast today, tonight, and tomorrow, 63, 49, and look at that, upper 60s tomorrow. Even though we do bring a few showers into the forecast for Wednesday, it will be a bit warmer. We'll break that down for you coming up in just a few.
Sounds good, Justin. Well, the Maryland State Department of Education takes down school test results only to repost them later with much of the data redacted. The state argues it's about student privacy, but one whistleblower tells Project Baltimore that just is not true. Today, Mayor Scott looks to address a plan to bring down crime in the city. Just ahead, the collaborative effort from city leaders and the questions Fox 45 News plans on asking. It is 7:12, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
From somebody who has worked at MSDE, what do you think happened?
Well, I think that the data did not put his tenure in a good light, and I think that because of that, they changed the information, the data, hid the data, so that it didn't make him look bad.
New developments surrounding state test scores that have since been removed and then redacted from the Maryland Department of Education's website. A whistleblower who wants to remain anonymous now claiming it's not about student privacy as the state has suggested, but rather image. This morning, former city council member and former city school board member or school board commissioner Carl Stokes is joining us live to weigh in. Mr. Stokes, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Megan. How are you this morning? Thanks for inviting me in.
Of course. We appreciate you being here. We heard from that whistleblower there, a former MSDE employee claiming the state superintendent is hiding these results to protect his own tenure. It's a big accusation here. Is this even feasible? Can these leaders make big decisions like that to protect themselves?
Well, I would hope not. It's actually, I'm a little astounded by it. And in this world, it's hardly much to astound one. But and it's not about student privacy, obviously. I say obviously because the taxpayer and the parents have a right to know what the school's performances. They ought to be accountable. The state legislature or the executive office, I would think, would want to step in and tell the board to be transparent, to not hide these facts and these numbers that parents have a right to know.
Let's look at it from all sides here. The state claiming this is about student privacy. Is there any merit to that? You know, we were just speaking on transparency. Is there some right to privacy?
No, not here. You're not releasing one student's specific information. You're releasing the facts of all of the students at a particular school. And so parents as well as taxpayers have a right to know how the schools are doing. We're putting in billions of dollars of taxpayer dollar, and people are looking for schools to send their children to, and so they have a right to look up the statistics and then be accountable, or have the schools be accountable for how they're performing.
Our Project Baltimore team is working to get those numbers once again, try and find that transparency. They're having trouble even with all those resources. So what do taxpayers and parents do who want to see that information? What's the next step?
I think the next step, I think, is to go to our legislators and to have our legislators act in our stead, to step up and to demand of this public agency that they are transparent, that they share with the public the information which is already there and which, again, is not about personal student privacy, but it is about trying to hide obvious numbers to the public.
Very interesting. Mr. Stokes, once again, we appreciate your time in joining us this morning.
All right. Thanks for inviting me.
7:19 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast here. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. Happy Tuesday to you. It is Hump Day Eve, and looking outside right now from our Towson camera, lots of sunshine. Yeah, it is definitely chilly, but not as cold as we thought we were going to be in the overnight hours. So that means we still have those freeze warnings and frost advisories, but most of us really didn't even get to that freezing mark. In fact, 39 your temperature right now in Towson. Yeah, you still need a jacket when you make your way out, but probably won't need that this afternoon as those numbers will warm up nicely in the next couple of hours. Our temperature sliding into the lower 40s here. Over there at the Bromo Seltzer Tower. One day I hope to be up in this thing. One sweet day I will hopefully be up in that Bromo Seltzer Tower. I don't know. We'll see if it can happen. We got to make some more calls and try to make me get up there. 59 your temperature by noon, and then our highs this afternoon will top out in the lower 60s. So overall, not a bad day with less wind than yesterday, so it's not going to feel as cold. Now, We still have a lot of pollen out there. We know that. Trees, grass in that high or moderate category. Either way, definitely still seeing with that pollen that's going to be out there. And we'll get a little bit of rain to help out with that by tomorrow and again for the weekend. 50s and 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. 60 in Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, down through Canton and Fells in those lower 60s. Keeping the 60s going for Howard, Ned, and Arundel counties. Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Odenton. Severna Park at 63. Annapolis at 62 this afternoon. Now, notice on your car wash cast, I got a green light today and Thursday, but Wednesday, a yellow light. Excuse me. That's because we're tracking just a few showers that are going to be rolling in for tomorrow afternoon. So we stay mainly dry for today. Here's our future scan. The system to the north of us will drag through these showers by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon. A little bit more cloud cover, warmer temperatures, not a lot in the way of rain being picked up on our weather models here. So some of us may not get anything for tomorrow. Thursday is dry. All of us are getting in on that rain on Friday, with more rain rolling in starting Friday morning and then off and on showers through Friday afternoon into the evening time. We get a break on Saturday and then another round of rain and even some thunderstorms coming in on Sunday. So some unsettled weather to end the month of April as May begins next week. 63 today, but upper 60s Wednesday and Thursday. Cooler with those showers Friday, but we do warm back up for the weekend, even with those showers and storms that are afoot. Patrice?
O's fans waking up victorious after the team's 8th comeback win of the season. How it all went down, we have it coming up on Sports Unlimited.
And we're getting ready for the Aaron Levitas Foundation Stroll and Roll this weekend. A lot of great activities for an amazing cause. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning long.
It is so Baltimore. Join the Aaron Levitas Foundation for its 4th annual Stroll and Roll 5K.
Participate in person or virtually, all to help raise awareness about body safety. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live at Camden Yards, and he's got more. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. I have Marissa and Sammy this morning. Marissa, so we're excited about this weekend. It's going down.
Going down the Stroll and Roll. We're gonna move, stroll, and roll to support sexual violence prevention together with the Aaron Levitas Foundation.
We're expecting big numbers, right?
Yeah, we're very excited.
And Sam, you've been volunteering for years. Why is it so important to volunteer?
I find volunteering for sexual assault prevention really important because it affects so many people, and starting at a young age can really help us slow down these numbers. And I'm finding working with the Aaron Levitas Foundation really helping.
Well, thank you for all you do, and thank you guys for what we're doing. So again, a lot of great activities, a great cause, and of course, in a great location. So no excuse not to participate, and encourage everybody to come out. Even though it's going to be a little cool this weekend, it's still going to be a great event, and we'll be here this morning talking about it.
But you'll be on the move, so you won't even notice it being cool. Thank you, Mark.
We're going to put information on our website for you, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, it is a cold start, like you said, to this morning as well, but temperatures are going to end up in the 60s this afternoon. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the next chance for rain. That's in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Plus, coming up, Maryland's school test results published and later reposted with much of the data redacted. The state says it's for student privacy. A whistleblower tells Project Baltimore that's not the case. 7:26 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. We're getting close to 7:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning, and It's time to get a check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, and I don't know who turned the cold air on full steam in here, but we're freezing.
Yeah,
so
it is.
Maybe it's a connection to what's outside?
Yeah, possibly. That's very possible. Sometimes when it's humid outside, it's humid in here too. So that's what we're looking at right now with chilly temperatures, and you can see lots of sunshine that's out there. Our downtown Baltimore camera looking very nice at this time. A lot of us in the upper 30s for Owens Mills and Cockeysville over to Baltimore, 41 in Rosedale, 44 in Dundalk, 43 Essex and Middle River. Yard and gardening cast numbers here in the 50s over the next couple of hours and lower 60s through the later part of the afternoon for today. Typically 70 is where we are, so we're definitely below average, but 63 is not bad, especially with the fact that we won't see a lot of wind today. Upper 60s and warmer numbers tomorrow. It does come with a little bit of rain, and then we're tracking some more rain as well for the weekend. And we'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, we are hearing about an accident in White Marsh. It's 95 southbound. We're hearing that 2 lanes are blocked. So if that's your normal commute, give yourself some extra time.
Why would the state take down school test results and then later repost them with much of the data redacted? As Project Baltimore's Chris Papst explains, the state says it's all about student privacy.
But one employee who worked at the Department of Education says it's about something else entirely.
They do not want to talk to media. They do not want anyone to talk to media.
This person, fearing retaliation, asked not to be identified.
When the media does a story, it's very tense in the building.
That building is the Nancy S. Grasmick State Education Building. It houses the Maryland State Department of Education, the same place this person worked for years in a leadership position.
They do not like to be questioned.
Project Baltimore has been trying to speak with someone inside this building, specifically State Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry. But he will not agree to an interview with us.
It makes complete sense that he doesn't want to talk to the media because he doesn't want to answer the hard questions.
Project Baltimore, in February, broke the story that 23 Baltimore City schools had 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math. In March, the state uploaded revised state test results, and much of the data we used to be able to see was replaced by asterisks.
From somebody who has worked at MSDE, what do you think happened?
Well, I think that the data did not put his tenure in a good light. And I think that because of that, they changed the information, the data, hid the data, so that it didn't make him look bad.
While the state superintendent has refused to speak with Project Baltimore, his department, in a statement, said the move was done to protect student privacy. They called it enhanced de-identification. Previously, the state redacted data if the sample size was fewer than 10 students. But because of learning challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, MSDE says it's now concealing all testing data where less than 5% of students scored proficient and fewer than 30 students took the test.
Enhanced de-identification. In your time at MSDE, have you ever heard that term?
No, never.
On Thursday, MSDE posted this 3-page letter to its website concerning Project Baltimore's coverage. The letter mentions 6 times that changes to the data are federally required. But the U.S. Department of Education's website clearly states, under protecting student privacy, that the department does not mandate a particular method, nor does it establish a particular threshold for what constitutes sufficient disclosure avoidance. These decisions are left up to the individual state.
I do not believe, by looking at those numbers, that you can identify students based on those numbers.
So Project Baltimore looked at surrounding states to see how they reported their 2022 testing data, specifically at the lowest performing schools. To our north, in Pennsylvania, we can see if a school had 0 students test proficient. Look at this. There are 5 schools right here with 0 students proficient in math. Virginia also makes public a lot of information. Though if fewer than 10 students are in a sample, the state shows results as greater than or less than 50. But if there's more than 10 students, the state shows percentages. Look at Ginter Park Elementary in Richmond. There are 0 students proficient in history and social science. West Virginia is similar. We can see how many schools have 0 students proficient there. Delaware does provide a little less information, but we can see schools with as few as 2% of students tested who scored proficient. All 4 of the states that surround Maryland provide the public with more information about how schools are performing. They provided more information before MSDE enacted enhanced de-identification.
Had Project Baltimore not done the story on those 23 schools in Baltimore City with 0 students who tested proficient in math, do you think that data gets changed?
I think that the data would have stayed the same. I think that they're trying to hide that the public school system is in worse shape than what we thought.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
8 Maryland House Republicans are responding to the state removing test scores in a statement citing Project Baltimore's reporting. Baltimore County Delegate Kathy Schlega, a former teacher, says transparency about test scores is essential to improve learning. She says, quote, hiding the data should not be the response to failing schools.
Delegate Lauren Ericon of Harford County asks why MSDE is not applying the same enhanced de-identification measures to high-performing schools. She goes on to say, quote, this is a precedent we do not want to set for Maryland schools. The delegate sent 2 letters to State School Superintendent Mohammed Chowdhury about their concerns.
It's just crazy, the amount of gun violence that is happening. You never know when it's going to stop.
Another young life taken by gun violence. What we know about the Parkville student shot and killed Sunday night.
Major reports are dropping today, giving us a look at the state of the economy. Up next, we're going to take a look at the projected numbers coming from our live center.
And temperatures in the 60s this afternoon, but meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next chance for rain. He's going to break it down in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:36 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:39 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast. Overall, not looking too bad. We've got plenty of blue skies out there, and overall, not much wind. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam looking good at this moment. So as you head out the door, yeah, you'll need a jacket this morning and those sunglasses for sure. No need for the umbrella today, but we will need it at least for part of tomorrow and also for this upcoming weekend. But out for a run or a jog next few hours. Numbers staying in the low to mid and upper 40s. Overall, cool on your jogging cast. Back with your full weather in just a few minutes from right now.
Remember, you can track severe storms even when we're not on the air by downloading the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
We are tracking the latest economic reports, shedding some light on what might lie ahead in the U.S. economy.
Taylor Stewart is in the Live Center now with what the numbers we could see today. Taylor?
Well, that's right. A live look right now from Washington, D.C., where we're keeping a close eye out for two reports expected to drop at 10 o'clock this morning. One of them, new home sales for March. That report will serve as a snapshot for housing demand, considering that is an economic indicator with the high interest rates. Experts are predicting sales will slump slightly from 630,000 to 620,000. But we're also looking out towards the Consumer Confidence Index. That's going to be released today as well. It's a look at the overall health of the economy based on people's personal financial habits. The index is going to hold steady, they assume, at 104. But we are learning more about layoffs at Disney. The company started notifying employees in its second round of layoffs this year. This time, we're talking about folks who work with ESPN. They were spared the first time cuts were made last month. Now, so far, Disney has laid off 4,000 people in 2023, just over half of the 7,000 layoffs CEO Bob Iger announced back in February. That's the latest in the Live Center.
This morning, Mayor Scott will announce an update on Baltimore's violence intervention. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the concerns with the current strategy.
Tire marks in city intersections from street racing despite a law against it. Just ahead, why one law enforcement expert says this law may be difficult to enforce.
In a city in crisis for over a year, Fox 45 News has been investigating Baltimore's Safe Streets program, looking into how the city operates the program that Mayor Brandon Scott has said is the city's flagship gun violence prevention program.
This morning, the mayor will be making an announcement about the program.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with what we can expect from that meeting. Olivia.
Yeah, well, according to the information released to the media at 10:15 this morning, Mayor Scott will provide an update on Baltimore's community violence intervention. Now, a major part of that strategy, of course, is Safe Streets, which has faced concerns about transparency. If you remember, just 2 months ago, Mayor Scott announced a public safety dashboard allowing residents to track crime and hold agencies like Safe Streets accountable.
This data is coming from the police department. The police department, our Safe Streets workers, everyone that is working that you see here uses data each and every day to determine where we're going to be focused and how we're going to be operating. What we're talking about today is how we're sharing that data with the public, especially for those who cry for transparency.
Now, while the dashboard does touch on the city's community violence intervention program, when it comes to Safe Streets, it only shows a map of their locations. Fox 45 News has been investigating Safe Streets' effectiveness for over a year. And at this morning's meeting, the mayor will be joined by the executive director of the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Baltimore City Public Schools CEO, and more. Mayor Scott is expected to announce his strategy to expand Baltimore's community violence intervention ecosystem, but it comes as crime continues to be a major concern in the city. And of course, Fox 45 News will be at this morning's meeting to see what the mayor's plan is and also if more transparency will be provided about the effectiveness of Safe Streets. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. As the weather heats up, so do those familiar sounds of dirt bikes and street racing. Last year, a new law was signed by the mayor banning both in the city.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from Harbor East with what is in the law and why police say it may be hard to enforce. Shannon.
Yeah, despite it being a nuisance, Patrice and Megan, a law enforcement expert we spoke with says stopping street racers and dirt bikers likely will not be police's top priority. Meanwhile, we continue to see the tire marks in the roadway, just like the ones here at this intersection in Harbor East, and it's just more evidence of a problem that likely won't go away anytime soon.
Baby.
There's that familiar sound from South Central Street in Harbor East to Pratt Street and really all over the city. Well, in October, the mayor signed the law which targets dirt bike riders and street racers and carries up to a $1,000 fine and up to 12 months in jail. But law enforcement analyst and former NYPD inspector Corey Pegas says with the shortage of police by nearly 500 officers here in the city, dirt bikes and drag racing will take a back seat to Baltimore's gun violence problem.
Quite sure the police commissioner in Baltimore is focused on bodies. The main priority is life, and then it's limbs, and then it's dirt bikes.
However, we know that Councilman Yitzi Schleifer wrote this law, and this week, Megan and Patrice, he plans to meet with Baltimore City Police to go over plans to enforce it. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Police or the mayor saying anything about this?
So we reached out, Megan, to both police and the mayor on this. We asked them a slew of questions about how they plan to enforce this. We've also been asking police how many citations or even arrests they've made in cases since this law went into effect, the mayor signing it back in October. We haven't heard back from either agency, but we'll keep pressing. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:48 now. We need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with us.
Good morning.
Hi.
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 Hi. You know, mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
So we live in a town.
Familiar with it?
Well, we live in a townhouse, and so like my neighbor has a lawn that we like share.
Okay.
Do you do all of it, or
when Creed mows, I have to mow because then mine looks bad, and I'm like, man. And it's the same thing because when I did mine, then his is long.
Yeah.
So anyway, he mowed yesterday, so I guess I'm mowing today. because I got to make sure it looks good for the parents when they come back to town.
Yay.
Beautiful shot right now. Good morning to all of you. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. And yeah, sunny skies out there overall. If you do want to get out there on the water, I'll have your captain's cast in just a second. 39 your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Overall, not much in the way of wind that we're seeing. In fact, boaters and watermen ahoy on your captain's cast. Northwest wind about 5 to 10 knots and waves about a foot or less. Overall, a pretty nice day to be out there on the water with the high tide at 11:20 this morning for the Patapsco. Low tide back at 6:43 this evening, and really no small craft advisories to deal with out there. We still have frost advisories and freeze warnings in parts of our area. Should be allowed to expire at the top of the hour. That colder air is still settling in the Ohio River Valley and the upper Midwest as well. And that's why we have seen that colder air kind of dive into our area. But overall, maybe at least a light jacket if you're going to be out for a round of golf here this morning. Won't need it by this afternoon. We're looking at upper 50s by noontime and into the lower 60s today, golfers. Or anything you want to do outside, just know those pollen numbers continue to be kind of off the charts with trees in that very high category and grass even in the moderate to high category out there as well. High temps across the board in the upper 50s and lower 60s from Westminster and Columbia down through Laurel. 61 in the capital, Annapolis. 63 today in Baltimore City. Good day to fly today, pilots. We're talking about visual flight rules all day, so VFR conditions and not much wind. Maybe you want to go out there and practice shooting some approaches like I'm going to do later this afternoon. So a ridge of high pressure building in nicely. That keeps us dry. We have an area of low pressure tomorrow. That's going to slide to the north of us. And look at our green right there. There's not a lot of it. So we're not tracking a lot of rain tomorrow afternoon. It will be warmer and more overcast. A couple of scattered showers here and there through tomorrow afternoon and evening. Thursday looks nice and dry. And then all of us are going to get in on that rain as another weather maker moves in for Friday. This is going to be Friday morning. This will continue until Friday afternoon. And then it does move out of here on Saturday, but another round of rain and even some thunderstorms on the way for the second half of the weekend. 10 days out until Cinco de Mayo, Mother's Day in just 19 days. And we're inside of 5 weeks now for Memorial Day, the unofficial start to summer. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. 63 today, upper 60s tomorrow and Thursday. Overall, not too bad, but numbers do come back down on Friday with that rain and the cooler air in place. And then our numbers will go back up, even 71 on Sunday before those showers and storms roll in on Sunday afternoon. Meg?
All right, Justin, out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network, and we've got 2 crashes to talk about. One in White Marsh on 95 southbound. The left lane and shoulder are blocked there. The other is an outrage on 95 southbound at Maryland 100. 3 vehicles involved in that one. Give yourself some extra time. You can see the yellow on our map as well. Some volume picking up in other areas as well.
A promotion is on the way for one of the Orioles' top prospects. Who is one step closer to Camden Yards? That's ahead in Sports Unlimited.
And make sure your child hits the ground running at the start of next school year. In our 8 o'clock hour, the summer tutoring services that can help your child in subjects like math and English.
But first, we did the math this morning.
And it's adding up to a coffee break. The Orioles trying to make it 7 in a row, opening up a series with Boston before hitting the road later this week.
Dean Kramer on the mound. Early trouble as he gives up a home run. O's down 2-0. A home run in the third by Rafael Devers makes it 4-0 Red Sox. Kramer would settle down, and the O's bats had his back.
Bottom of the fourth, O's down by 1. James McCann singles to right center right there. Beautiful. Game tied 4-4.
In the fifth, Austin Hayes continues his hot month and singles to the grass. Jorge Mateo scores. The O's have the lead. The O's get 7 in a row with their 8th comeback win, 5-4.
Only 19 years old. The O's #1 draft pick last year, Jackson Holliday, already on the move.
The O's promoted the shortstop to High A Aberdeen. This after Holliday ran through Low A in Delmarva.
In 13 games with a batting average of .392, 2 homers, and with 9 extra base hits on 51 at-bats, Holliday will make his debut on the road with the Ironbirds. Their next home game is May 9th. Not going to be long before he's here in Baltimore.
Well, turning now to football, the Ravens at least have Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley for 2023. Their backup quarterback signed his restricted tender as expected.
Huntley's under contract for just over $2 million for his 4th season with the Ravens.
Now, due to cap space, the Ravens used a risky low tender on Huntley. No teams came offering, though. The Ravens could have matched, but if they lost Huntley, no compensation was coming their way.
The Ravens also signed much-needed secondary depth by re-signing veteran corner Kevin Seymour.
Well, the temperatures for us are going to reach the 60s this afternoon, but our next chance for rain will be here just in time for the weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next weather maker in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And the Metro Subway will be getting a system upgrade, how it could impact your weekend travel plan. 7:57, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, April 25th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Taylor Stewart. All right, let's get started with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our spring-like forecast.
Yeah, remember Miss Congeniality?
Yes.
Just describe your favorite date, your
Yes.
best date.
Yeah.
She says April 25th. It's not too hot, it's not too cold.
Today it's too cold.
In the morning.
In the morning.
It's going to be nice this afternoon.
Okay. When we still have a freeze watch overnight, when Alexa comes on and tells me freeze watch in place.
I know. But don't worry, that luckily this hour actually is now gone and expired. We're good to go as our temperatures keep going up. Looking out over Fed Hill right now, just a little bit of a light breeze there with that flag flapping around. And temperatures that have mainly been in the upper 30s and lower 40s. Owings Mills and Woodlawn there at 40 to 41. Ellicott City 39, 43 Brooklyn Park, Glen Burnie and Pasadena, you're right about 40 degrees, and we're at 46 in Baltimore City. So out and about in the next couple of hours, numbers will continue to climb. We'll be in the mid-50s by 11 a.m. and lower 60s into that 1 and 2 o'clock hour for this afternoon. Coming up in a few minutes, we do have some rain in our forecast. We'll talk about when that's going to impact you and how much rain we could see for the weekend as well. Coming up in a few.
All right, looking at the Lynn Stoller traffic network, we have some problems this morning. 2 accidents to talk about. There is one accident in White Marsh on 95 southbound. The left lane and shoulder are blocked, so give yourself some time through that area. The other accident is in Elkridge. It's 95 southbound, right at Maryland 100. That is the camera that you're seeing there on the top. Left. Now, crews are cleaning it up, and it has been moved over to the left shoulder, but you see people still, drivers making their way slowly through that area, so give yourself some time.
I worry all the time. When they say they're going out somewhere, I'm wondering, are they going to be all right?
It's just crazy, the amount of gun violence that is happening. You never know when it's going to stop.
And county's under pressure. Another young life lost to gun violence. Now, this time in Baltimore County.
Police are now identifying 17-year-old Elias Cheslak. He was a 12th grader at Parkville High School.
This morning, we have live team coverage. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance is going to have more on what the Department of Juvenile Services is doing to stop the juvenile crime crisis. But we're going to start with Shannon Lilly here. She's got more on the latest young life cut short.
Well, police say, Taylor, that any suspects in this case right now are still out on the streets this morning. As far as why this happened in the first place, a motive is still unclear. What we do know, though, is that this is just the latest young life to be lost and what's becoming a trend of young people dying by gun violence, both here in the city as well as in the county. And this is a trend that newly confirmed Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough is acknowledging. Take a listen.
We realize, and we've seen over the years, an increase in juvenile crime. What we see is a lot of local neighborhood crews of kids that run together, and they tend to commit crime together.
This most recent youth shooting death, though, happening Sunday night when the back alley of this popular Overly shopping center turned into a crime scene. 17-year-old Elias Cheslak was killed. Police were called to the intersection of Bel Air Road and Roseville Boulevard around 9:45 Sunday night for reports of this shooting. And when they got here, they found Cheslak shot once in the upper body. They rushed him to the hospital where he died. And now people in this area are just on edge.
It's just crazy, the amount of gun violence that is happening. You never know when it's going to stop.
Once again, Cheslak was just a 12th grader at Parkville High School. And we know that the school is offering services for the students and the staff that are there, counseling and mental health services, of course. In the meantime, if you have any information about this shooting, you are urged to call police. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
In Baltimore City, 9 juveniles have been shot and killed this year. Here are some of them. They range in age from 17 to just 8 years old. Another 31 young people have been shot in the city and survived.
Mayor Brandon Scott says the city will take on 2 major steps to curb juvenile crime: enforcing the youth curfew and what he's calling a comprehensive summer youth engagement strategy. That includes extended summer hours at rec centers and a violence intervention partnership with area hospitals. The group We Are Us is slated to get funding to work in rec centers this summer. The group believes that accountability is a missing piece when it comes to juvenile justice.
We know there's a breakdown somewhere from the young person's release from the detention center to their home. So we want to fill those gaps, and that's a proposal that we presented. We want to be able to get in, provide services, be able to get in and provide programming. But at the same time, when the young people are released, we want them to remain accountable to what's in place.
The Department of Juvenile Services is where juvenile offenders by law are supposed to be held accountable and can get services they need.
But a new report from the Attorney General's office shows few of those services are even being offered.
Olivia Dance continues our team coverage this morning with a look at the major concerns. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, the Attorney General's report found problems throughout many DJS facilities, including right here at the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center. Now, the 100-page report highlights problems such as increasing daily populations, lack of educational opportunities, substandard safety staffing plans, inadequate programming, and more. The report specifically says the Juvenile Justice Center here in Baltimore City, quote, continues to operate as a prison-like environment, and staff are ill-equipped to provide the level of care needed to keep youth stable, and that persistent boredom is found to be a serious concern. The report found that at almost every single DJS facility, there is a lack of educational opportunities, all while the juvenile violent crime trend continues to rise. Now, Jeremy Eldridge, a former prosecutor turned defense attorney, says that's part of the boredom problem.
Whether you're talking about juveniles gathering at the harbor or you're talking about juvenile boredom leading to assaults at a detention center, what you're talking about is the same. It's the same issue. And the issue is that we as adults are not providing programming. We're not providing rec centers. We're not keeping these kids busy in a way that keeps them out of trouble. And that is our responsibility along with their parents.
Now, Vincent Schiraldi, the new DJS secretary, says the agency is very troubled by the findings and is committed to having the best juvenile facilities in the country. Back to you.
Olivia, so what are lawmakers saying about the report?
Yeah, well, some lawmakers are responding to this, including Delegate Clippinger, who says that he is calling for a top-to-bottom review of DJS. Take a listen to what he said.
I believe that the secretary will get into the guts of rebuilding this agency. That doesn't need legislation. That needs leadership.
In the meantime, lawmakers are calling for more services to be provided within DJS, but the agency is already struggling to meet requirements. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Mayor Scott is putting a focus on stopping crime in the city today. Still ahead in our next half hour, the details we expect to hear as Fox 45 News presses the mayor on if it's working or not.
I drive my dirt bike for fun, for real. But they're illegal. I mean, I do it for fun. It ain't illegal to me.
Well, summer is just around the corner, and we're already seeing a rise in dirt bike riders and street racing. Why a new law may be hard to enforce this summer.
Not too bad outside right now. Temps are warming up slightly. We'll have a nice warmer afternoon today, but we'll talk about what rain we can expect and when those rain showers could impact your days. It's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Don't go anywhere.
The Live Center, it is official. President Joe Biden announcing his launch for re-election this morning. Take a look. There's so many articles that have come out about his second bid for the presidency. It's setting the stage potentially for a rematch with Donald Trump. Well, take a look at this video he posted earlier on YouTube announcing his run. He says 4 years to the day he ran on the idea of healing the soul of the nation. He says that we are not done. He needs 4 more years to complete the job. Now, to complete the job. He also is asking voters to give him 4 more years to complete the job. He is the oldest president to serve, and he's going to be 86 by the end of a potential second term, something that is top of mind for many Democrats as well as Republicans. But this recent poll from Suffolk University and USA Today shows 49% of voters who voted for Joe Biden in 2020 do want him to run again this year, and 40% do not. Meantime, 69% of voters say they would give their vote to frontrunner for the Republican candidate, former President Donald Trump in 2024. Biden's team is already starting to take shape here. You can see that he's tapped a face that's maybe not familiar. Julie Rodriguez, she worked for the White House in years prior under President Barack Obama, and now she will lead this campaign. We'll keep you updated from the Live Center. Back to you.
The Metro subway will be getting a system upgrade. How this could affect your weekend plans. And Maryland has 2 millionaires, but one lottery ticket millionaire has not been claimed. Just ahead, find out if that ticket could be yours. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. As temperatures warm up and summer approaches, dirt bikes on city streets becomes a familiar sight. The city is hoping a new law will curb illegal street racing and stunt driving, but residents and business owners who are already seeing riders on the roads aren't so sure. Law enforcement expert Mari Richards is joining us. Good morning, Mari.
Morning, Patrice.
So this new law carries up to a $1,000 fine, 12 months in jail. But how do you combat it if you have dirt bike riders, and some that we've spoken to, who say, I know that's the law, but I'm not going to stop doing it anyway?
Okay, well, the way I understand it, there's two laws out there, street racing and the dirt bikes. The dirt bike, the first thing you have to do is bring back the dirt bike task force. It was very successful, seized 800 bikes. So that has to be brought back. It was a mistake to disband it. But you put together a four-man team, 3 officers, a sergeant, work with an assistant state's attorney. And the first thing I would do is get proactive, review every inch of video in the city cameras, gas stations, businesses, get those photos, identify these people, get warrants, and then go out, and you have to send a message. I would go for the $1,000 fine and 90 days in jail and seize the bike. And
let me ask you this, though. So where does this fall in order of priority for police? We talk often about the shortage of officers. They're trying to bring the violent crime down. So where does enforcing this and doing what you're saying might help? Where does that fall in the list of priorities for them?
Well, I mean, it's a couple things. First of all, if you're a police department, you have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Of course, violent crime is always a top priority, but you can't let neighborhoods descend into chaos and anarchy, and that's what's happening here. So, to put together, a 4-officer team, is something that can be done because, honest, law-abiding citizens and taxpayers in these neighborhoods deserve to have peace and order. And that's also a top priority for any police department.
Do you think it's necessary? You were mentioning take the bikes, impose the $1,000 fine, and give them some jail time. Do you think the jail time is necessary, or would it be enough if you took these folks' bikes and you gave them the fine?
I would say you have to do everything. Okay. This problem is so out of control that if you don't put the hammer down and send that message, because I guarantee once that word gets out, you have to put them in jail. And that's going to take that one rider off the street for 3 months, and then everyone's going to know about it. I'd advertise it, on Facebook, Twitter, newspapers, get that word out, and people won't come in the city and ride a dirt bike.
All right, Maury Richards, we'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrice.
It is 8:19 now. We need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and get a look at our forecast.
Yeah, not too bad right now, Patrice. I know a little colder earlier this morning, but those frost advisories and freeze warnings are no longer in effect. And our weather headlines looking pretty good as you step outside. We're in the 40s right now, and we're on our way to the lower 60s for the afternoon. It will be slightly warmer and less windy than yesterday. We are tracking some more rain, not only for tomorrow, but really for this upcoming weekend. So boaters and watermen getting out there on the water today in your captain's cast next hour in the upper 40s and upper 50s through noon. Little northwest wind about 5 to 10 knots and waves about a foot or less, and high tide coming in there at 11 just after 11 o'clock this morning. So high temperatures today across Carroll and Baltimore counties, upper 50s and lower 60s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City, about 63 this afternoon. Hartford and Cecil counties, upper 50s and lower 60s for you as well. For Bel Air and Aberdeen, up in the northeast, and Elkton for your highs this afternoon. Now, these numbers are still below average for this time of year, but we keep those 60s from New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. Overall, a nice spring day across the mid-Atlantic. Checking our temperature tracker, notice those numbers kind of hover right below that average line. The coldest day is going to be on Friday when we're seeing some more showers and those temperatures dropping off just a little bit. Back to the mid-60s on Saturday. and lower 70s on Sunday before those numbers climb a little bit back toward that average category, especially as we head into May, which starts next week. So here's a look at our future scan. We stay dry today, nice ridge of high pressure. This area of low pressure passing to the north tomorrow in the morning time into the afternoon. That's when some of those scattered showers will be around. It will be warmer tomorrow. We're not talking a lot of rain for most of us on Wednesday. Thursday, we're dry, and then another round of rain is going to come in Thursday night into Friday. That's going to be a rainy morning and rainy afternoon as well. Pretty much all of us will see that rain for Friday. A bit of a break Saturday, and then another round of rain, possibly even some thunderstorms by Sunday afternoon, even though those temperatures will get into the lower 70s. Back to you.
Help your child get ahead in school with one-on-one tutoring. Still ahead this morning, the summer tutoring services that could help your child in subjects like math and English.
And the Aaron Levitas Foundation Stroll and Roll is going down this weekend. A lot of fun activities for a great cause. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is so Baltimore to support the Aaron Levitas Foundation to help raise money and awareness for body safety.
The 4th annual Stroll and Roll 5K is happening next Saturday at Camden Yards. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live with more. Mark.
That's right. I got Marissa and Brianna here, and we're getting excited about the weekend. Marissa, now tell us, we're expecting big numbers this weekend, right?
We are so excited to be here at the Camden Yards Sports Complex. Everybody will show up on Saturday morning around 8 a.m. and at 8:45 we'll kick off with the opening ceremony, and people will sign in and kids will get to play fun games, and then we'll at 9 o'clock the 5Kers will set off, and then people will walk, stroll, roll towards prevention with us to bring awareness to body safety and boundaries.
I love it. And organizations like yours, Brianna, your organization's participating. Your baby's here with us this morning.
Yes, sir.
Why is it important for your organization to participate in? What's your organization?
It's Young Queens in Training Mentorship Program.
Okay, Young Queen.
And the ELF organization is just like-minded. We share passion for aiding Baltimore City female youth and youth especially in Baltimore. So just couldn't be led by better leadership.
Wow. Well, thank you for all you do, and thank you for helping our young queens. I've got 3 of my little queens, or big queens. But again, so a great event, a great cause, great location. And so come get, how should people, can they sign up? How can people sign up?
They can. It's www.strollandroll.info. And registration is open, and you can come the day of and sign up as well.
Stroll and roll, baby. Stroll and roll.
Roll and roll.
We got it.
Thank you, Mark. And if you missed that, you can get more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Tire marks in city intersections from street racing despite a law against it. Just ahead, why one law enforcement expert believes this law is going to be hard to enforce.
This morning, Mayor Scott will provide an update on Baltimore's violence intervention. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at concerns with the current strategy. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, April 25th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Taylor Stewart. All right, spring-like week, man. 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the update for us.
Yeah, our temperatures are going to be in the lower 60s for the afternoon. Less wind than what we saw yesterday, and plenty of sunshine, too. Looking really nice from our Towson camera right here, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, everything looking good. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, upper 40s and lower 50s, so you can definitely enjoy it. Maybe a little on the cooler side, and high temps today in those 60s, but we'll be in the upper 60s, so even warmer tomorrow, even though it does come with a chance of a few showers on Wednesday afternoon. Thursday looking good too, dry with temps in the mid to upper 60s. Back with your full forecast, we will track another round of rain as we head into the weekend. That's coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. On your Len Solar Traffic Network, we are getting reports of an incident in Halethorpe. It's on 95 southbound before 695. We've got stop-and-go traffic there backed up to Caton Avenue. Just give yourself some extra time if you normally head out that way this morning.
Why would the state take down school test results and then later repost them with much of the data redacted? Well, the state says it's all about student privacy.
However, Project Baltimore's Chris Papst spoke to one employee who worked at the Department of Education who says it is about something else entirely. Chris, let's talk about this whistleblower. What are they telling you?
Yeah, good morning. So this whistleblower is telling us that this is not about student privacy. The way that the state had been reporting the data back in January when they first posted this spreadsheet, Megan, was the way the state had been reporting this data for at least 13 years, going back to 2010. Now, all of a sudden, after Project Baltimore and FOX45 broke the story about the 23 schools in Baltimore City with 0 students proficient in math, and then 7 schools in Baltimore County with 0 students proficient in math, now all of a sudden the data has changed, and the state has decided that they're not going to make a lot of this data public. Well, the whistleblower that we spoke to said 2 things that really stuck out to us. First, that MSDE is not going to speak with us because they don't want to answer the hard questions, which are pretty obvious at this point. And the second reason is they said that this is not about student privacy. This is simply about hiding how poorly many schools are actually doing. Wow. And we are still going to try to speak with MSDE. We are still trying to speak to the state superintendent because we believe that this is a situation that taxpayers and parents deserve to hear from the people who made this decision that now leads to taxpayers and parents having less information about their schools.
Chris, we spoke with Carl Stokes just about an hour ago. He's a former city school board commissioner. Yeah. He was saying it's up to taxpayers and parents now to go to lawmakers, go to the governor's office and try and get some transparency. Is that what's next in this line?
Well, there's a lot that's happening, and coming up on Wednesday, we're going to go over, Megan, everything that has happened in the past week since Project Baltimore broke this story. There have been letters that a number of delegates have sent, state delegates have sent to the state superintendent. Mm-hmm. There's a petition for the state superintendent to resign that now has about 2,500 signatures. Wow. The Maryland Public Policy Institute has written the Inspector General for Education of Maryland requesting an investigation into what's going on here. There's a lot going on, but another thing that is really worth pointing out here is that MSDE continues to say that it made this change because of federal requirements. Well, the U.S. Department of Education clearly states on their website that the decision is left to the states. So what the federal government does, it says, hey, you should consider suppressing some of this data to protect student privacy. But the federal government does not give requirements to how the state is supposed to do it. It is clearly left up to the states. It says that on the DOE's website, but the Maryland State Department of Education continues to tell the public they changed the data because of federal requirements. That's another question that we would like to ask the state superintendent. That doesn't appear to be the case. And one more thing, if you look at the other states surrounding Maryland, we looked at Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. They all make most of this data public. They report the data. Maryland, all of a sudden, does not.
Wow. Some serious transparency questions here, and we'll look forward to that report coming out later this week. Thank you so much, Chris Papst.
In a city in crisis for over a year, FOX45 News has been investigating Baltimore's Safe Streets program, looking into how the city operates the program that Mayor Brandon Scott has said is the city's flagship gun violence prevention program.
Now, this morning, the mayor will be making an announcement about the program.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live now with what we can expect from that meeting. Olivia?
Well, according to the information released to the media at 10:15 this morning, Mayor Scott will provide an update on Baltimore's community violence intervention. And of course, a major part of that strategy is Safe Streets, which has raised concerns about transparency. If you remember, just 2 months ago, the mayor announced a public safety dashboard allowing residents to track crime and hold agencies like Safe Streets accountable.
This data is coming from the police department. The police department, our Safe Streets workers, everyone that is working that you see here uses data each and every day to determine where we're going to be focused and how we're going to be operating. What we're talking about today is how we're sharing that data with the public, especially for those who cry for transparency.
Well, the dashboard does touch on the city's community violence intervention program. When it comes to Safe Streets, it only shows a map of their locations. Fox 45 News has been investigating Safe Streets' effectiveness for over a year. And at this morning's meeting, the mayor will be joined by the executive director of the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Baltimore City Public Schools CEO, and more. And Mayor Scott is expected to announce his strategy to expand Baltimore's community violence intervention ecosystem, but it comes as crime continues to be a major concern in the city. And of course, we will be monitoring at this morning's meeting to see what the mayor's plan is and if more transparency will be provided about the effectiveness of Safe Streets. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. As the weather heats up, so do those familiar sounds of dirt bikes and street racing. Last year, a new law was signed by the mayor banning both in the city.
That's right. Shannon Lilly joins us live at Harbor East with what that law says and why police say it could be hard to enforce, Shannon.
Yeah, despite it being a nuisance, Taylor and Megan, a law enforcement expert that we spoke with believes that stopping the dirt bikers and street racers is not going to be police's top priority. Meanwhile, we continue to see the tire marks right there in the middle of intersections around the city, like this one in Harbor East, evidence of a problem that likely won't go away anytime soon.
Baby.
There's that familiar sound from South Central Street in Harbor East to Pratt Street and really all over the city. In October, the mayor signed the law, which targets dirt bike riders and street racers, and it carries up to a $1,000 fine and up to 12 months in jail. But law enforcement analyst and former NYPD Inspector Corey Pegas says with a shortage of police by nearly 500 officers here in the city, dirt bikes and drag racing will take a back seat to Baltimore's gun violence problem.
Quite sure the police commissioner in Baltimore is focused on bodies. The main priority is life, and then it's limbs, and then it's dirt bikes.
However, Councilman Yitzi Schleifer did write this law, and we know, Megan and Taylor, that he is planning to meet with Baltimore police this week to go over plans for enforcement. So, of course, we will be monitoring that.
Shannon, are police or the mayor saying anything about this?
So we reached out to both police and the mayor about this, Megan, and we asked them about their efforts to try to enforce this and their plans moving forward. We've also been asking police about how many citations they've handed out since this law took effect last year. We have not heard back from either agency. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Another teen loses his life to gun violence, this time in Baltimore County. The search for the shooter just ahead.
And we will be dry and in the 60s for this afternoon. Just ahead, when we can expect rain to come in our region. It is 8:39 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Is it too early to play Christmas music? No. 8 months. I sound like a really bad smoker, and I'm not. Excuse me. I got all choked up about that. 8 months from today is Christmas. Today's April 25th. Looking outside right now, we've got lots of the green there on Fed Hill and the flag flapping around just a bit. Temperature-wise, many of us are in the 30s and 40s right now, so not as cold as we could have gotten. And we're going to see those numbers rise, upper 50s and lower 60s, taking you through the middle of the afternoon today. I'll go clear my throat. We'll be all good to go. There it is. There it is. See, you just put it out in the ether, right? $10,000. $10,000. $10,000.
Oh, you keep giving us lows in the 40s, and we're going to keep playing that music.
All right, looking ahead today, the Maryland Department of Transportation will be installing new communication systems that's going to provide safer and more reliable subway.
And for that, they're going to be closing all stations on the Metro subway Friday, May 5th at 6 p.m. They're going to reopen them Monday, May 8th at 5 in the morning. A bus bridge will operate between all Metro subway stations every 30 minutes during regular service hours. 9 juveniles have been shot and killed this year in Baltimore City. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to be speaking with Dr. Letitia Duraza about her new role in the mayor's executive team when it comes to juvenile crime.
And the Department of Juvenile Services is where young people can get the help they need. Just ahead, why a new report by the Attorney General's office shows that is not the case. All right, Lux, there's just 6 weeks left of school, and there's a real fear that there could be learning loss this summer as many students are out of school, right? But although summer's supposed to be fun, parents, you can keep your students on track for the next school year with some tutoring. We've got the CEO of Maryland Teacher Tutors here, Natalie Magrum. Thanks so much for joining us.
Of course, glad to be here.
Okay, so tell us about the Maryland Teachers Tutors.
Absolutely. So Maryland Teacher Tutors, affectionately called MTT by us, is a tutoring company composed of certified teachers. And that's really what sets us apart, because we believe that teachers really have what it takes to make sure that students can make significant significant academic gains. And so we work with students in grades K through 12, so all across the gamut of students. And we have a number of summer programs this year to make sure that students are academically engaged.
Okay, so you guys offer services throughout the year, but particularly during the summer, that's a time a lot of parents get concerned that they're not reading every day.
Yes.
So how do you get in there and fill that gap?
Yeah, well, it's a really great question because a lot of people are like, tutoring in the summer, is that a thing, right? And it absolutely is. We are many times more busy in the summer than we are during the school year because parents are wanting to make sure that, like you mentioned, kids are not dealing with that summer slide that often happens. So we want to make sure that we're keeping them engaged during the summer. So we've got a few different offerings this summer. The first one is that we have a resource hub. So if your kids are going on vacation or you're traveling or you don't necessarily want a tutor to come to the house, you just want something to keep them, keep them up to par, then what you'll do is go to our resource hub at mtteducationstation.com, and we have amazing resources. Yes, that's it right there. More than 700 resources available. And that's just a $5.99 subscription a month, so less than a cup of coffee.
That's all online.
All online.
Okay.
Now parents can print things off of that if they, if they want to make sure they take something with them. We'll be having some workbooks.
Right.
So if you're traveling, just grab something from the site. It'll be sent to you, printed for you.
Okay.
And that way kids can make sure they're doing some things.
All right. We only have a few minutes left, but a few seconds left. But I want people to know how they can get access to this immediately. What should they do?
Absolutely. So they would go to MarylandTeacherTutors.com to access our one-on-one tutoring. We do have SAT prep packages, which are coming up and very important. And then mtteducationstation.com for those resources I just talked to you about.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Natalie. That SAT you got to get on that one early, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So let's get over to Megan. And let's talk about the weather, actually. Let's get over to Justin.
I can't decide if we're talking about summer or Christmas, though.
I know.
I'm torn. Summer tutoring, Christmas in 8 months, Justin singing. Where's the truth here, Justin?
Whatever you want it to be, Megan. That is the thing. I mean, a lot of people like to have that music at all times. I was making a little joke because, they play Christmas music so early, and that's what I was talking about with the fact that we were just talking how today's April 25th, the perfect date, right? Looking outside right now from our Towson camera, overall, kind of perfect conditions, very sunny skies, and not seeing much in the way of wind at this moment. Temperature is 46 in Towson, so we didn't drop near freezing. We definitely were cooler earlier this morning, but those numbers are only going to go up. So good news for golfers. Probably not going to have to deal with a frost delay in the next hour or two if you're getting out there on the course today. Upper 50s by noontime and into the lower 60s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Now, pollen, it is definitely still an issue. The allergen levels, still trees, still grass, and we get a little relief tomorrow with a few rain showers, but really it's later this weekend where more of that rain's going to roll in. Upper 50s and lower 60s is where we're going to end up for the afternoon across central Maryland. Typically this time of year, we're right about 70 degrees, so definitely in that below average category. Hopefully the O's continue their winning ways against the Red Sox again tonight. They've won 7 straight games and looking to try to win tonight and even up or at least guarantee a win in the series against the Red Sox. But 60 degrees of your first pitch at 6:35, back to the upper 50s. Yeah, definitely a light jacket, but a great night for baseball here in Charm City. Now, if you do want to get the cars cleaned up today and Thursday, notice I have green lights, but I have that yellow light tomorrow. And here's why. This is our future scan. Staying dry this afternoon. Watch what happens tomorrow. That area of low pressure right there, it's going to slide to the north, and we are going to pick up the chance for a few showers. Now, tomorrow's a day game for the O's, so possibly some delays with those rain showers rolling through, but it's going to be pretty short-lived. We're not looking at a lot of rain on Wednesday. Thursday is fine, and then Friday, all of us are going to get rain, so it's good that the O's are out of town because we've got the rain showers here Friday morning into the afternoon and evening time. A couple of leftover showers early Saturday before we'll get another round of rain and even thunderstorms by the time we head into Sunday. So a little unsettled weather as we head into the final weekend of the month. So 63 today, upper 60s tomorrow and Thursday, back to the lower 60s on Friday. Then our numbers do come back up even with those showers as we get into Sunday afternoon and those thunderstorms, possible high of about 71 for Sunday. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is a barn cat named Waffles and Chevelle the dog. That's from Susan S. It looks like a barn cat too, doesn't it? So thank you very much for that picture, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, let's go ahead and check your traffic to the Len Stoller Traffic Network now. And we've got reports of a disabled vehicle on Joppa. This is on 95 South on Mountain Road. We do not have a live camera in that area, but stop-and-go traffic is backed up to exit 77.
Taking you live to Camden Yards, where the Orioles are once again waking up victorious on a winning streak. Here we go. The O's got that win over the Boston Red Sox in their 3-game series here. O's took the lead with 5-4, a 5-4 win here, making this their 7th win in a row. The O's are going to be hitting the road later this week, where they're going to be facing the Detroit Tigers. But before they hit the road, their second game against the Red Sox is tonight at 6:35. Feel the magic.
Love it. Well, Mayor Brandon Scott is announcing a new role for Dr. Leticia Drasa, and we'll tell you what it is just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour as we talk to her one-on-one on how she plans to help youth in Baltimore City.
And we're getting ready for the Aaron Levitas Stroll and Roll. Fun activities, face painting, games, a 5K, a great cause, a fun time. It's coming up.
Before we lace up and paint up, I think we need to get energized for that 5K.
Oh, yeah, we got to take a coffee break, and then we'll start stretching.
Yeah, we'll be ready then. Topping your morning business report, thieves are using a complex method to lock users out of their iPhones, and tech experts are advising people to be prepared. While thieves are exploiting a security feature called the recovery key, they still need to steal and unlock your phone. Apple says users should enable Face or Touch ID instead of typing the passcode in public. Users are encouraged to back up their phone regularly through iCloud or iTunes in order to recover data if the phone is stolen. Meanwhile, Apple will continue its control over how it distributes iPhone apps. Epic Games filed a lawsuit against the tech giant, stating Apple created an illegal monopoly that limited innovation and competition. Epic attempted to avoid developer fees of 15 to 30% commission on in-app subscriptions and other digital transactions. The appeals judges say Apple did not violate antitrust laws, and Epic could not prove consumers did not have the option to switch to alternatives, such as phones with other app stores. Apple removed Epic from the App Store as a result. Now it is time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Nothing feels as good as a fire. It's something in our human DNA that's just kind of primal. When you're sitting next to a fire, it feels good. But most of us don't have the room, the space, the time, the money for a full-on backyard fire pit. I think I've got the solution. This is the tabletop fire pit by Sharper Image, and it's beautiful. All you need is rubbing alcohol. Pour a little bit of rubbing alcohol into this cup, and you've got yourself a nice fire. Just like that. No messy, greasy fuels, no choking smoke, just rubbing alcohol. And this thing is super portable. You can take it to backyard barbecues, on your patio, to the beach, wherever you're going, you can have a nice, warm, romantic fire. It's safe and easy to use. You can even cook with it. Maybe some marshmallows or a little cocktail weenies or something like that. If you need to extinguish it, that's also very easy. Just cover it up. I love this thing. I use one in my backyard all the time. It adds that extra spark of romance and ambiance. And it's better than candles because there's no drippy, messy wax. And if it goes out, all you have to do is fill it back up and relight your fire. Right now, we're offering 30% off the tabletop fire pit. Get one for you or a loved one for that instant ambiance. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
And good day to you, Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart. It is Tuesday, April 25th. I think I messed that up, Megan.
Nope, you did it perfectly. I'm Megan Gillen. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here with us with a look at our forecast.
Kev, good morning, ladies. Talking about numbers that are going to keep going up as we head into the afternoon.
Perfect.
Overall, a little on the cooler side yesterday, but looking good. Hopefully another win tonight there at Camden Yards as the O's are wrapping up 2 more games against the Sox before they're out of town for about a week and a half. So last couple of days to check them out at home in the month of April at least, and hopefully the winning streak will continue. As you head out the door here this hour, go ahead and grab a jacket and make sure you got those sunglasses ready to go. No need for the umbrella today, but that will change tomorrow because we are tracking some rain showers on Wednesday and then more rain for the weekend. So as you rise and shine with us, maybe you're transitioning to brunch and talking about bloodies and mimosas. We're looking at 53 in the 10 o'clock hour and upper 50s by 11 a.m. Should top out right about 63 for our high today. Those temperatures still below average by about 7 degrees, but the sun up until 7:54. Those daylight hours continue to get longer. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we have your Len Stoller Traffic Network quad boxes pulled up here with a look around the region. Looks like 695 still has a little bit of volume elsewhere. Looking pretty nice out there this morning.
Fox 45 News is following 3 big stories for you at 9 o'clock. The juvenile crime crisis pouring into the county, the latest act of violence that has residents looking to parents to make a difference. And as the juvenile crime crisis continues, some are looking to the Department of Juvenile Services for a solution, but some argue few services are actually being offered. And plus, today, it's all eyes on the White House as President Joe Biden officially announced his 2024 re-election bid. What a recent polling is saying about his chances.
We have live team coverage of our top stories for you this morning, beginning with Shannon Lilly and counties under pressure.
The only thing that can help them is for the leadership in this city and anywhere to say the safety of my streets, the safety of my kids is more important than your enterprise.
In counties under pressure, another young life lost to gun violence, this time in Baltimore County.
Police now identifying the 17-year-old as Elias Cheslak. He was a 12th grader at Parkville High School. This morning we have Shannon Lilly joining us live with the very latest on that young life cut short. Shannon.
And police say any suspects at this point, Megan, as far as we know, are still on the loose this morning, still out on the streets. As far as why this happened in the first place, a motive is still unknown. What we do know this morning, though, is that this is just the latest young life to be lost and what's become a trend of young people losing their lives to gun violence, both here in the city as well as in the county. And that is a trend that newly confirmed Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough is acknowledging. Listen.
We realize and we've seen over the years an increase in juvenile crime. What we see is a lot of local neighborhood crews of kids that run together, and they tend to commit crime together.
Yeah, this most recent youth shooting death happening Sunday night when the back alley of this popular Overly shopping center turned into a crime scene. 17-year-old Elias Cheslack was killed, and police were called to the intersection of Bel Air Road and Roseville Boulevard around 9:45 Sunday night for reports of the shooting. When they got here, they found Cheslack shot once in the upper body. They rushed him to the hospital where he died. And now people in this area are just on edge.
It's just crazy, just the amount of gun violence that is happening. You never know when it's going to stop.
Again, Cheslack was just a 12th grader at Parkville High School. We know the school is providing counseling and mental health services for students and staff there. In the meantime, if you have any information about this shooting or possible suspects, you are urged to call police. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
In Baltimore City, 9 juveniles have been shot and killed this year. Here are some of their faces. They range in age from 17 to 8 years old. Another 31 young people have been shot but survived here in the city of Baltimore.
Mayor Brandon Scott says the city will take 2 major steps to curb juvenile crime, enforcing the youth curfew and what he's calling a comprehensive summer youth engagement strategy. That includes extended summer hours at rec centers and a violence intervention partnership with area hospitals. The group We, Our, Us is slated to get funding to work in rec centers this summer. That group believes accountability is a missing piece when it comes to the juvenile justice.
We know there's a breakdown somewhere from the young person's release from the detention center to their home. So we want to fill those gaps, and that's a proposal that we presented. We want to be able to get in, provide services, be able to get in and provide programming. But at the same time, when the young people are released, we want them to remain accountable to what's in place.
Elsewhere, counties under pressure. The Department of Juvenile Services is where young people are supposed to be held accountable and can get the services they need.
A new report from the Attorney General's office shows few services are being offered.
Olivia Dance continues our team coverage this morning with a look into the major concerns. Olivia.
Well, the Attorney General's report found problems throughout many DJS facilities, including right here at the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center. The 100-page report highlights problems such as increasing daily populations, lack of educational opportunities, substandard safety staffing plans, inadequate programming, and more. The report specifically says the Juvenile Justice Center here in Baltimore City, quote, continues to operate as a prison-like environment, and staff are ill-equipped to provide the level of care needed to keep youth stable. And that persistent boredom is found to be a serious concern. The report found that at almost every single DJS facility, there is a lack of educational opportunities, all while the juvenile violent crime trend continues to rise. And Jeremy Eldridge, a former prosecutor turned defense attorney, says that's part of the boredom problem.
Whether you're talking about juveniles gathering at the harbor or you're talking about juvenile boredom leading to assaults at a detention center, what you're talking about is the same. It's the same issue. And the issue is that we as adults are not providing programming. We're not providing rec centers. We're not keeping these kids busy in a way that keeps them out of trouble. And that is our responsibility along with their parents.
And Vincent Schiraldi, the new DJS secretary, says the agency is very troubled by the findings and is committed to having the best juvenile facilities in the country. Megan, back to you.
Olivia, are lawmakers responding to this report?
Yeah, Megan, some are. In fact, Delegate Clippinger is calling for a top-to-bottom review of DJS. Take a listen to what he said.
I believe that the secretary will get into the guts of rebuilding this agency. That doesn't need legislation. That needs leadership.
In the meantime, lawmakers are calling for more services to be provided within DJS, but the agency is already struggling to meet requirements. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. And we want to hear from you, our viewers. Do you have confidence in city leaders to get crime under control this summer? Taking a look at those results, 97% of voters who have responded say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in on this. It is official. President Biden just announcing he is running for re-election, releasing a 3-minute video earlier this morning.
National correspondent Atra Alan-Shar joins us from Capitol Hill with the details on that response. If she,
do we have Atra here this morning?
Oh, there we go. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So, yeah, President Biden making news in the early hours of this morning with Vice President Kamala Harris as his running mate. President Biden saying that he will, in fact, run for re-election. And this is coming 4 years to the day after launching his last campaign. So in this video he's put out, he's making the pitch to voters to finish the job. But instead of focusing on his legislative accomplishments of the last 2 years, much of this video is used to show his contrast with what he calls MAGA extremists. He shows footage of January 6th, a picture of former President Donald Trump with his hand on the shoulder of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who are at this point his two most likely opponents in a general election. Now, Biden is criticizing their record on issues like abortion, voting laws, banning books, in keeping with the theme of his previous campaign, the battle for the soul of America. The RNC quickly out with a response video that was actually generated by artificial intelligence and is turning some heads already. It's depicting a series of dystopian what-if scenarios following newscaster voices, again, AI, announcing a Biden 2024 victory. It shows AI footage of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan, bank collapses with seniors waiting in line, rampant crime. Partisanship aside, though, ladies, it's a reminder of this new media landscape we're entering as the 2024 race is poised to be really the first in history in which AI could be used to blur the line between what's real and what's not.
Interesting. As the election heats up, Atra, today the White House hosting the president of South Korea. We're hearing there's going to be a focus on deterring North Korean aggression. What are you hearing about their upcoming announcement?
Yeah, typically the centerpiece anytime these two nations meet. National Security Officer Jake Sullivan says today President Biden and South Korean President Yoon will unveil new steps to deter North Korea's nuclear threat as it advances its nuclear missile capabilities. Less than 2 weeks ago, remember, North Korea said it flight tested a solid fuel intercontinental ballistic missile for the first time. Now, Sullivan says the announcement will send a clear signal about the credibility of the United States' commitment to South Korea on this issue, but he did not offer further details, said he didn't want to get ahead of the announcement. Now, the leaders are also expected to announce plans for cyber cooperation between the U.S. and South Korea, climate mitigation, and foreign assistance, of course, with Ukraine being top of mind. Back to you.
All right, national correspondent Atra Alan-Shar, thank you so much for joining us.
Time now, 9:10. Let's get another check of your forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Yeah, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. As we look outside right now, not too bad. We've got mainly clear skies, and overall our temperatures are continuing to rise. Right now, we're going to see those numbers that are in the 40s and 50s, slightly warmer for our afternoon today. We are tracking a few showers tomorrow, and then more rain is on the way as we head into this upcoming weekend. So out for some yard work today and in the garden, no issues. We're talking upper 50s through 11 a.m. into the lower 60s as we take you through the later part of the afternoon. Still about 7 degrees below average for this time of year, but sun will be up until 7:54, so plenty of daylight to get whatever you need done outside for today. We'll come back in a few minutes. I'll take you through that hour-by-hour future scan, let you know about the rain for tomorrow and also how much rain we're expecting for this upcoming weekend.
Justin, that sounds good. Thank you. Summer is right around the corner already. A significant increase in dirt bikes and street racing coming up in our next half hour. Why police say the new law put into place may be difficult to enforce.
Plus, with juvenile crime on the rise, Mayor Scott puts a big name in his corner. After the break, we're going to take a look at the new role and in addition to her other position. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
During Mayor Brandon Scott's State of the City address last week, he announced that Dr. Letitia Drazza will join his executive team as interim deputy mayor for equity, health, and human services. We are told that she will be spearheading a collaborative group focused on stemming the tide of youth violence. This morning, Dr. Drazza joining us live to weigh in on her new role. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
You have 4 days left as Baltimore City Health Commissioner. You helped guide the mayor through the pandemic. This new role could also mean life or death for many young people. How do you plan to fight youth violence on our streets?
Yeah, well, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? This will be a collaborative, multi-agency, multi-sector effort, right? We know that our young people are valuable, and we want to show that through the support that we're giving them across city agencies like the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, like the Mayor's Office of Children and Family Success, like the Health Department that houses the Office of Youth and Trauma Services. This will be an effort forward.
We heard the mayor, Dr. Drazza, speak about summer curfews as we head into the warm months here. Our question is, how will this be enforced? Are police involved in this? What are you asking them to do if they're caught out after curfew? Is it a warning, a citation, a ride home? What does that look like?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, they are really leading the charge around the establishment of curfew centers. What we do know is that we don't want this to necessarily be punitive. We don't want to increase the exposure that our young people have to police. Obviously, police are a partner when we think about young people who may have committed a crime, a more serious crime. But if it's violation of the curfew, really the role for us is to provide that additional support, get them into a safe space so that they're not out past curfew until an adult or a caretaker can come pick them up.
And is that through the neighborhood safety as well?
So the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is leading the effort to establish what the curfew centers will look like, right? Okay. We are rethinking them. There have been previous iterations, but again, our focus is not on penalizing these young folks. Our focus is really on how do we provide them with the additional support, wraparound services that they need so that they can be in a safe space.
Are those services available, or is that something that you're still looking into and spearheading, or where are we right now in that process?
Yeah, so this is a joint effort, and so it will likely include community-based organizations that are already working with young people. Our Mayor's Office of Children and Family Success will really guide the programming for the center. They'll pull together, whichever partners make the most sense to provide our young folks with the services they need.
Something else that we've seen a lot of young people getting caught up in is squeegeeing. We've seen areas where they are allowed to do this, others they're not. Where does this stand as far as your new role?
Yeah, so the Squeegee Collaborative was actually established by my predecessor. So the city administrator, Faith Leach, when she was serving as the deputy mayor in the same portfolio, really brought together this group to form the Squeegee Collaborative. And again, I think this is a process where we will always look back retrospectively to determine, are there things that we should reconsider? Are there things that we should, iterate upon as this moves forward? But know that this, again, similar, was a multi-sector effort to really provide support around a problem that had existed for, many, many years.
There haven't been many citations for squeegeeing on the roads. I know you said you don't want to penalize children who are outside. Is that something that might change as you look to try and make sure they're in a safe place?
Yeah, I mean, so the curfews, a lot of times, it's not necessarily penalizing the children. It is establishing who is that caretaker, right? So who is that individual that this young person is connected to, and making sure that they're informed, right? I think, again, the last thing we want to do is penalize parents who, maybe they're working overnight, right? And so the child is out. So I think that, again, as it goes on, we'll determine what makes the most sense, similar to what they did with the Squeegee Collaborative.
All right. Well, Dr. Drazza, we thank you for taking time to talk with us as you begin this new role in 4 days.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're looking forward to another sunny day with highs in the 60s.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has all the details on what to expect.
Yeah, and actually a little less windy today, ladies, so it's not going to feel as cold out there. Plenty of sunshine and another great afternoon or evening to hang out at the ballpark right here at Camden Yards. Temperatures right now right at 50 degrees. That's a BWI Thurgood Marshall with no wind to speak of. Here's a look at your O's cast, and first pitch tonight at 6:35. Should see temperatures right about 60 degrees with numbers dropping as we get into the 5th inning. And by the 9th inning, when you're heading out, make sure to have that light jacket ready to go, or that pullover, as it will be a little chilly this evening at Camden Yards. They have a day game tomorrow that could be impacted with some of the rain showers that are on the way for your Wednesday. But as for today, next hour will be in those lower 50s here on your day planner, hanging out there at Hunt Valley or Cockeysville. Numbers into the lower 60s through about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, and we'll slide into those 60s into the 4 and 5 o'clock hour if you're doing Taco Tuesday on the deck this afternoon, evening. Carroll County, upper parts of Baltimore County to the north, still in the mid to upper 50s today, but 59 in Eldersburg, not bad. Reisterstown, same number for you. Lower 60s for Towson over the Perry Hall and White Marsh, down into Dundalk and Essex and Middle River. Keeping those lower 60s for D.C., up the 95 to Philadelphia and New York, also in the lower 60s, 58 down the ocean this afternoon. If you're heading down the ocean in a plane or just out there flying today, pilots, we're looking at visual flight rules, so VFR all day and not much in the way of wind to get in your way. All right, so here's our future scan. This is that big ridge of high pressure that is keeping us nice and dry today. Area of low pressure, that's going to bring in the rain tomorrow. That's going to slide through. A couple of showers scattered in the morning time, right about 1, 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That'll be our best chance to pick up some more of those showers, and it will be a bit warmer even with the cloud cover, but just scattered showers is all we're talking about. So if anything, possibly a delay there for the game tomorrow. On Thursday, we're fine. Everything looks good. Dry conditions, temperatures that are looking pretty good as well. And then Friday, we get that rain rolling back in, starting Friday morning and then off and on showers through Friday afternoon into the evening time. By Saturday, we take a break from the rain with another round of rain coming in by Sunday. We're just 19 days until Mother's Day, 34 days from Memorial Day, Father's Day in just 54 days from right now, and just outside of, 8 weeks from tomorrow is the summer solstice. So if you really want those summer numbers, we know they are lurking and lingering right around the corner. 60s, though, for us here through most of the rest of this week. And we'll get to the lower 70s on Sunday, even though we have some showers and thunderstorms later in the day, with upper 60s and drier conditions early next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Remember, you can track severe storms even when we're not on the air by downloading the free FOX45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store, search WBFF to get started.
All right, let's check your traffic here. The Len Stiller Traffic Network. We're looking over Lock Raven Boulevard, and traffic is moving smoothly. There's a little bit of volume, obviously, but so far, so good. You can give yourself plenty of extra time as you head out the door this morning.
Fox 45 News continues to demand transparency regarding Mayor Scott's Safe Streets program. In our next half hour, what we can expect in today's hearing and how the mayor plans to lower crime rates in the city.
And we're getting ready for the Aaron Levitas Foundation Stroll and Roll. A lot of activities: face painting, ball toss, 5K, family fun. It's all coming up. We'll tell you more about it on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is so Baltimore. Stroll and roll from home or in person to raise awareness about body safety.
Aaron Levitas Foundation is welcoming you and your family at Camden Yards next Saturday. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is there live with more.
That's right. Marissa and Brianna still with me. We're hanging, getting ready for this weekend, right?
Yes, we're so excited here at Camden Yards for our stroll and roll, where we will have people come and register, sign up, sign in, and then we will start down this Ravens Walk. Kids will stroll, roll, walk, run together to move towards prevention and healthy boundaries.
I love it. Again, a lot of activities. Brianna, you have your baby over there getting her face done just like me.
Yeah.
So was she excited about it?
Savannah is excited. She cannot wait to participate on Saturday, and so are our Young Queens in Training volunteers. They are all excited to participate, and we're so thankful for our partnership with the ELF Foundation.
I love what you're doing. You young queens. You're a young queen.
Yes, sir.
Teaching the young queens. So again, a great organization, and I think we're going to have a great week. It might be a little cool, but still going to be a nice day as we raise funds for a great cause. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for sharing your beautiful one with us.
Thank you so much.
Mark, we like your
A good day,
face
guys.
paint, but we think you might have to go back in the chair.
Oh yeah, she's definitely killing it.
Yeah, you might have to get the full face like her. That's fun. We're going to put information on how you can get out there and take part. foxbaltimore.com/newslinks is the place to go.
Tire marks from street racers right here in this intersection, despite a new law against it. Just ahead, why one expert believes it may be difficult to enforce this law.
This morning, Mayor Scott will provide an update on Baltimore's violence intervention. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at concerns with the current strategy. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Taking you live to Camden Yards where, do you hear that? The cheers, the screaming, I think there might still be a fan in there that just is trying to get another look at it. The Birds' 7th victory in a row against the Red Sox last night. They're making a climb in the AL East here. Now only 4.5 games behind Tampa Bay Rays, standing at 14-7. They continue. Actually, we're 15-7. Sure, yeah, it's 15-7 after last night's win. The series continues tonight. Game 2 against the Sox. First pitch, 6:35. Let's see if we can make it 8.
I love that.
Welcome back. It's Tuesday, April 25th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Good day, and good day to be with the winning team, for sure.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, we've been talking about this. I mean, they're hot.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bautista wasn't able to pitch last night in the closer, so Cano came in and got the save, and he's had, I think it's like 20 consecutive scoreless or 20 consecutive batters that he's gotten out. So we love that, and we love that the winning ways continue right here in Baltimore. Looking at Towson, good morning to you. Lots of sunshine that's out there at this time. Our temps in the 40s and 50s. Overall, not too bad. Rosedale at 53, Essex and Middle River right at 50 degrees, 46 your temp in Brooklyn Park. So as you're out and about over the next couple of hours, those numbers steadily climbing. We'll be to the lower 60s by noon today and on our way to a high of about 63. So overall, not too bad. Yeah, sure, it's still below average for this time of year, but a very nice spring afternoon. Even warmer numbers tomorrow, even though that does come with some rain by Wednesday. And we'll take you through that future scan, talk about when that rain could impact you coming up in just a few minutes. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Lens Solar traffic network, we've got a live look over the city here this morning. Cars merging onto 895 this morning. A little bit of volume headed into the city or leaving both directions, but moving just fine there. In a city in crisis, for over a year now, Fox 45 News has been investigating Baltimore's Safe Streets program, looking into how the city operates the program that Mayor Brandon Scott has said is the city's flagship gun violence prevention program.
And this morning, the mayor is going to be making an announcement about that program. Olivia Dance is joining us now with what we can expect from the meeting. Olivia.
Yeah, well, according to the information released to the media at 10:15 this morning, Mayor Scott will provide a one-year update on Baltimore's community violence intervention. Of course, a major part of that strategy is Safe Streets, which has raised concerns about transparency. If you remember, just 2 months ago, the mayor announced a public safety dashboard allowing residents to track crime and hold agencies like Safe Streets accountable.
This data is coming from the police department. The police department, our Safe Streets workers, everyone that is working that you see here uses data each and every day to determine where we're going to be focused and how we're going to be operating. What we're talking about today is how we're sharing that data with the public, especially for those who cry for transparency.
While the dashboard does touch on the city's community violence intervention program, when it comes to Safe Streets, it only shows a map of their locations. Fox 45 News has been investigating Safe Streets' effectiveness for over a year. And at this morning's meeting, the mayor will be joined by the executive director of the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, the Baltimore City Public Schools CEO, and more. And Mayor Scott is expected to announce his strategy to expand Baltimore's community violence intervention ecosystem. But it comes as crime continues to be a major concern in the city. And of course, we will be at this morning's meeting to see what the mayor's plan is and if more transparency will be provided about the effectiveness of Safe Streets. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. It's up, so do those familiar sounds of dirt bikes and street racing. Last year, a new law was signed by the mayor banning both in the city. This morning, we have Shannon Lilly. She is joining us live in Harbor East with what is in the law and why police say it may be hard to enforce. Shannon.
Yeah, despite it being a nuisance, Megan, a law enforcement official that we spoke with says stopping these street racers and dirt bikers likely will not be police's top priority. In the meantime, we continue to see the tire marks right here in intersections like this one in Harbor East. Just more evidence of a problem that likely won't be going away anytime soon. There's that familiar sound from South Central Street in Harbor East to Pratt Street and really all over the city. In October, you'll remember the mayor signed the law which targets dirt bike riders and street racers, and it carries up to a $1,000 fine and up to 12 months in jail. But law enforcement analyst and former NYPD Inspector Corey Pigas says with the shortage of police by nearly 500 officers here in the city, dirt bikes and drag racing will take a back seat to Baltimore's gun violence problem.
Quite sure the police commissioner in Baltimore is focused on bodies. The main priority is life, and then it's limbs, and then it's dirt bikes.
However, Councilman Yitzi Schleifer did write this law, and we know that he is actually going to be meeting with Baltimore police this week to discuss plans for enforcement. So, of course, we'll be monitoring that.
Oh, for sure. Shannon, are Baltimore police or the mayor saying anything about it?
So we reached out to both police and the mayor, Megan, and we asked them how they plan to enforce this. We asked them really a slew of questions about their plans moving forward. And we've also been asking police about how many citations they've issued since this law took effect last year. We have not heard from either agency, but of course, we'll keep pressing. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Earlier this morning, we spoke with a law enforcement expert on how to deal with dirt bike riders and street racers who disobey the law.
You have to send a message. I would go for the $1,000 fine and 90 days in jail and seize the bike.
Now, you can watch the rest of this interview on our website right now at foxbaltimore.com.
And if you see street racing, stunt driving, or dirt bikes in your neighborhood, and you can safely take pictures and videos, we want to see them. Scan the QR code right there on your screen. That will take you to our website where you can send them to us or use your Fox 45 mobile app. Just click the Explore tab and then chime in. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, city and state leaders hope federal funding can start to repair communities that were divided by the so-called Highway to Nowhere in West Baltimore. Construction on that highway began 50 years ago. It was aimed at connecting the suburbs and downtown. However, it cost more than 1,000 homes and businesses to be demolished, leaving 1,500 residents to be displaced. The project was ultimately shut down after protests from residents and environmentalists. Government officials now announcing a $2 million grant that will be used to plan the future for the unused space.
What we're here to do today is, when it comes to the Highway to Nowhere, to begin that process of healing.
A future that we hope will include public parkland and community recreational and environmental spaces, and bike trails, and an outdoor entertainment and leisure activity space for the communities that are still left behind.
In the meantime, residents are planning a strategy meeting this weekend to demand an involvement in deciding what comes next for the community.
Two major economic reports dropping later this morning. Coming up from our live center, how this could shed some light on the status of the current U.S. economy.
And in your local news, the metro is temporarily closing, but why it will benefit travelers in the long term, we'll tell you here. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. We're tracking the latest economic reports here from the Live Center that will shed light on what may lie ahead with the U.S. economy. A live look now from Washington, D.C., where we're keeping an eye out for those indicators that drop in the next 20 minutes here at 10 o'clock. First up, home sales for the month of March. This is going to give us a snapshot of housing demand and the impact of heightened mortgage interest rates. Industry experts predict sales slightly slumped by about 10,000 fewer buyers compared to the previous month. Next up, April's Consumer Confidence Index. This is a key overall indicator of the health of the economy. We're expecting it to hold steady at 104. But this morning, sweeping layoffs at Disney for the second time this year, and this time at ESPN. According to the Wall Street Journal, the company has started notifying employees. CEO Bob Iger's cost-cutting measure aims to lay off 7,000 employees by the end of the summer. And it looks like no one is going to be spared from those layoffs. The media giant parting ways with a veteran executive who leads ESPN Plus as the layoffs continue here. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. Back to you.
Orioles magic, feel it happen. The winning streak continues for the O's. Still ahead, last night's remarkable comeback victory over the Red Sox and the countdown to tonight's game. Plus, expect sunny skies for the first pitch, but it's not sticking around. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can expect our next weather maker. It is 9:42 and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Let's take a look at some of the events happening today around the state of Maryland.
The B&O Railroad partnering with Paul's Place to bring a workforce development program to the museum starting today. The Groundwork Kitchen at the B&O will be open 7 days a week from 10 to 4, and it's going to offer healthy menu items for children and adults.
Notre Dame of Maryland University and Mount St. Mary's University, they're announcing a partnership to address the critical nursing shortage in Maryland and nationwide by making it easier for students from Mount St. Mary's to enroll in NDMU's fast-track nursing program.
And the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health will be hosting its annual Malaria Day Symposium. 13 experts from leading global research institutes will present their latest research in blood stage malaria. It's the most devastating phase of the infection.
Looking ahead, the Maryland Department of Transportation will be installing a new communication system that will provide a safer and more reliable subway. And for that, they're going to be closing all stations on the Metro subway Friday, May 5th at 6 p.m. And then they're going to reopen them Monday, May 8th at 5 in the morning. A bus bridge will operate between all Metro subway stations every 30 minutes during regular service hours. We have a beautiful spring day ahead.
Oh, yeah. Maybe some allergies, too, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with, where is that?
That's Natty Bow. He likes it. Brewers Hill?
Oh, yes, that is. Okay.
Have you seen him wink at you?
Yeah.
You have?
I've never seen him wink.
I'm joking. I've only seen this guy maybe twice.
I think that's just his allergies.
Probably is with allergies, yeah.
Yeah.
No, if you look closely, Taylor, he winks. Yeah. They had to convince me, like my first year I was here, they were, oh, he winks. I'm like, no, he doesn't. My wife's like, yeah, he winks. I'm like, and she's from Baltimore. No, he doesn't. Yeah, he absolutely does.
I forget how often, though, because it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, he's not, I don't think it's turned on right now. We're zoomed way in, so that's why the camera's shaking around like this. He's not shaking. He's all good. Mr. Bow is good to go. And golfers hitting the links today on our forecast. Right about 50 this hour, 60 by noontime, into the lower 60s for your 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Now, look, pollen numbers, yeah, they're definitely up there. Trees and grass in that high or very high category. So it is still allergy season, right in the thick of it here with more of that pollen around. We'll get a little bit of rain that will help tomorrow. By the weekend, more rain will help to clean out the air. But upper 50s and lower 60s, the further north you go, a little cooler. Westminster, Cockeysville, Bel Air, but 63 in Baltimore City, 61 in Annapolis, lower 60s for the Eastern Shore over to Columbia, even Laurel at 62. D.C. will also be in those lower 60s and mid 60s if you're heading further south to Richmond. Great afternoon or evening to throw some stuff on the grill, get that grill going for your Tuesday evening. 61 by 5 p.m. Upper 50s into that 7 o'clock hour through the day today or the evening tonight. Our temperature tracker, notice that red line right there. That is the average, and we stay just right below average, kind of hovering in that below average category. Notice Friday, the coolest day with more of that rain that's going to be on the way right as we approach the weekend. But we're staying rain-free for today. There's an area of low pressure that's going to slide to the north of us tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, a couple of scattered showers, another round of showers by tomorrow afternoon, even though we're warmer, but we'll keep that cloud cover around. Behind that system on Thursday, another ridge of high pressure slides in and will keep us nice and dry. And then Friday, here comes that second round of rain. That's going to start Friday morning, mid to late morning, but stays with us most of Friday afternoon into the evening time. So definitely a wet start to our final weekend of April. Here's your 7-day forecast. 63 today, upper 60s into Wednesday and Thursday. As I mentioned, a little cooler Friday. Numbers come back up. Saturday, we dry out, but then another round of rain and even thunderstorms by Sunday afternoon into the evening time. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. The Orioles last night trying to make it 7 in a row, opening up with the series with Boston before hitting the road later this week. Dean Kramer on the mound there. Early trouble as he gives up that homer there. O's down 2-0. A home run in the third by Rafael Devers. Makes it 4-0 Red Sox here. Kramer would settle down, though. The O's bats had his back here. Bottom of the fourth, O's down by 1. James McCann singles to right center. Game tied there 4-4.
And then in the fifth, Austin Hayes continues his hot month and singles to grass. George Mateo scores and the O's have the lead. The O's get a 7 in a row with an 8th comeback win, 5-4.
A win's a win.
A win is a win.
Only 19 years old. The O's #1 draft pick last year. Remember Jackson Holliday? He's already on the move.
Okay, well, the O's promoted the shortstop to High A Aberdeen after Holliday ran through Low A in Delmarva.
He's doing great in 13 games with a batting average of .392, 2 homers with 9 extra base hits on 51 at-bats. Holliday is going to make his debut on the road with the Ironbirds. Their next home game is May 9th. It's not going to be long before he's at Camden Yards.
Yeah. Well, now from the diamond to the gridiron, the Ravens at least have Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley. For 2023, that is. Their backup quarterback signed his contract as expected.
Huntley's under contract for just over 2 months for his 4th season with the Ravens.
Now, due to cap space, the Ravens used a risky low tender on Huntley. No teams came offering. The Ravens could have matched, but if they lost Huntley, no compensation was coming their way.
The Ravens also signed much-needed secondary depth by re-signing veteran corner Kevon Seymour. And it finally happened. The longest offseason trade talks have finally ended with a deal. Aaron Rodgers on his way to the New York Jets. For the second time in 15 years, the Packers saying goodbye to a legendary franchise quarterback via a trade with the Jets. Remember Brett Favre? Well, Green Bay and New York switch out first-round picks Thursday night, 13 and 15. The Packers pick up a second-round pick and sixth-rounder and conditional second-rounder for next year that turns into a first. That is if Rodgers plays 65% of the plays for the Jets. A lot on the line there.
A lot, yeah. And Jalen Hurts made his historical deal officially in Philly today. His 5-year extension worth, get this, $255 million. Not the most for guaranteed money or for overall contract total, but it is per season when you break it down to each year, $51 million a year. That's not bad at all. That puts the Ravens and Lamar Jackson in perspective. And for Hurts, money was secondary.
Yeah, I think money is nice. Championships are better.
Well, trending now, Twitter has brought back blue check marks to accounts of dead celebrities. The company has started taking verified status away from accounts that don't pay for its subscription service. Accounts of deceased people, though, such as celebrity chef Anthony Bourdain, singer Michael Jackson, NBA star Kobe Bryant, they recently had their blue checks restored.
And if you're a fan of pizza, you could get it for free this year, but it does come at a price.
Here's the deal. You would need to give your Taylor Swift concert tickets up.
Oh, the owner here of Z's Pizzeria and his wife, longtime Swift fans, so much so that they're willing to give away a year of free pizza in exchange for tickets to her concert. Now, like many other fans, the owners were not able to get a hold of those tickets when they first went on sale. So now the New Orleans pizza shop has a sign that says free pizza for Swift tickets.
That's crazy. Although it's probably cheaper to give away pizza for a year than buy Taylor Swift tickets right now.
I think it'd be worth it.
Well, trending this morning, the University of Maryland Medical Center in Baltimore is getting some help to celebrate its 200th birthday. The University of Maryland mascot Testudo spent some time with staff and patients. He also made a stop at the University of Maryland Children's Hospital, which is celebrating 75 years. Testudo didn't miss the opportunity to play some basketball. He's pretty good. And Maryland has 2 new millionaires.
Okay, one in Owings Mills claimed a scratch-off prize for $1 million just last Monday. And then another player in my hometown of Silver Spring won $1 million, gotta check mine, with a Mega Millions ticket. Now that person has yet to claim theirs, so if you played recently at a 7-Eleven on Georgia Avenue in Silver Spring, check your tickets. You could be a millionaire.
Ooh, call your mom.
I will. Okay, we're looking at a comfortable spring day today before that rain moves on in. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we can expect to see our next round of showers. He's got his full 10-day forecast coming up.
Looking out over the Key Bridge, oh, say can you see? We've got plenty of blue skies out there and not much wind today either. Our temperatures will be just a little bit warmer, already looking good. Spring is definitely here. You can smell it in the air. Not the warm temperatures that we had last week, but 60s here, and we'll actually be warmer tomorrow, even though we have to deal with a few showers. There are going to be a couple of days we have rain Friday and then Sunday afternoon into Sunday night, where we could see some thunderstorms as well. But temperatures kind of hovering right in that below average category right as we get into May, which starts next week.
Crazy.
Monday, May 1st, May Day.
First pitch tonight, looking pretty good, 6:35.
6:35, no issues tonight. Yeah, should be good to go.
Okay, May?